first meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Kate Oliver, Chair of the Planning Committee, and I'll be chairing this meeting. So to begin the meeting, there's a few matters of housekeeping. There's no practice alarms planned for this meeting, so if an alarm sounds, please evacuate City Hall by going down the main staircase and out to the War Memorial in front of City Hall. This meeting is being live streamed to the Council's YouTube page and will be available after the meeting. Please would speakers use microphones at all times and speak directly into the microphone, and would participants please mute the microphones when not speaking. So to introduce everybody, members of the committee and officers will introduce themselves. So I will start. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Councillor Sophia Delacorte.
Are we doing elected members first? Yeah, I'm Councillor Adam Giles. I'm a substitute today for, well, I'm not sure one of the three Labour members that is here.
Councillor Mike Stoner.
Good morning, I'm Councillor Sam Mansell.
Good morning, Councillor Ash Haynes.
Good morning, Councillor Judith Lovett.
Good morning, Councillor Day, and I'm substituting for Mike Conroy.
Morning, Councillor Charlie Kay.
Hello, I am Councillor Amber Smith.
Hi, I'm Lara Emerson, Development Management Team Leader. Jodie Covington, Legal Advisor.
Good morning, Robert Webb, Senior Planner.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sarah Ashurst, the Head of Planning and Regulatory Services.
Thank you. Members of the committee may use electronic devices to access their meeting papers, but we do ask that members don't use these devices to message anyone in or outside the meeting regarding the applications under discussion. Members are reminded not to discuss any of the applications during breaks. Visitors are welcome to use mobile phones and other devices, including cameras, but please use them discreetly, set them to silent, and do not use voice or camera flash functions. We will have a short break at 12 and between 1 and 2 if there is any business left to be resolved. Whilst determination of a planning application is not so quasi-judicial process, unlike certain licensing functions carried out by the local authority, it is a formal administrative process involving the application of national and local policies, reference to legislation and case law, as well as rules of procedure, rights of appeal, and an expectation that people will act reasonably and fairly. All involved in these decisions should remember that the possibility that an aggrieved party may seek a judicial review and or complain to the Ombudsman on grounds of maladministration or a breach of the authority's code. Thank you. So, item 1, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillors Conroy, Driver, Fox, Hampton and Laws. Councillor Day is acting as Councillor Conroy's substitute, as he mentioned earlier. Councillor Amber Smith is acting as Councillor Fox's substitute, and Councillor Giles is acting as Councillor Hampton's substitute. So, item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations? Councillor Stollard first.
Yeah, reference agenda item 3.4, Norwich Playhouse. I am a director of Norwich Theatre. Although I have informed them of my intention to resign, the Company's House website still lists that as a directorship of mine.
Councillor Stollard, is that a remunerated post?
Absolutely not. It's on behalf of the council.
Just to note, that's just for noting in the minutes, and we'll be able to remain in the meeting room.
Thank you. And I saw Councillor Giles next.
Yes, item 3.1, Clancy Road. I've expressed support for that scheme with residents, so I'm predetermined, so I'll absent myself from that item.
Thank you. Councillor Giles, and did I see Councillor Day? Oh, Councillor.
Yes, so I'm a sometime freelance employee of the Norwich Theatre Trust, which the Norwich Playhouse falls under, and would expect to be employed by them in the future. As such, I have a financial interest, and I'm advice of officers will be taking myself for that item.
So, just to confirm that the order of the agenda is as follows. The first item is the Nelson Hotel, Prince of Wales Road. We need to get a reference number for them. And the second item will be the Clancy Road site. Third item, Berners Close. And finally, last but not least, of course, Norwich Playhouse. So, first item 24/01050/F, the Nelson Hotel. Could I ask Robert Webb to present the report, please?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm here to present this first application today, which the description is on the screen, but I will read it out as well. So, the application is a hybrid application. It's part full and part outline. For the redevelopment of the Nelson Hotel Premier Inn site on Prince of Wales Road in Norwich. There is a full planning application for the demolition of all the existing buildings on the site and structures, and then a phased development comprising a new hotel, purpose-built student accommodation within 2 separate blocks. That's a sui generis use class for planning purposes. Some Class E floor space, so that's the commercial uses, and there's 2 commercial units within the development, which I will show you in due course. Also, we have new areas of public realm, landscaping, improvements to the riverside walkway, new primary access into the site from Mountergate, and also another access egress onto Baltic Wharf. Internal roads, car and cycle parking, servicing, plant and associated works. So that's the full element, and then the outline element is an outline application for all matters reserved for the demolition of the existing buildings and replacement with residential Class C3 development, which comprises approximately 75 flats, and I'll show you more detail about that in a minute. And then the associated landscaping and cycle parking and associated works. So the site is allocated in the Greater Norwich Local Plan. It's allocated for mixed-use development. The policy says that this may accommodate approximately 200 homes, together with student accommodation, high-quality office space, hotel and tourism uses, and other supporting main town centre uses, taking advantage of the site's proximity to the railway station and the river. So the proposal is broadly in keeping with the aspirations of that policy, although it should be noted it's not providing any high quality office space, but the policy doesn't require that. It's just a list of things that could be appropriate for this location. So on the screen you can see the site location outlined in the red with the red line. So this is Prince of Wales Road running up in this location, and where the cursor is, that's Foundry Bridge, which is a Grade 2 listed structure. The River Wensum runs alongside the eastern boundary of the site, and the River Wensum forms part of the Broads Authority area and part of the Broads National Park. You've got Norwich Railway Station further to the east. You've got the riverside kind of leisure area just to the south here. You've got residential properties in Baltic Wharf located to the south west of the site, and then you've got an office development called Baltic House located in that position there. It's worth noting that Baltic House also forms part of the site allocation, but it's actually in separate ownership, so it's not forming part of this application proposal. You've also got Rose Lane car park, multi-storey car park to the west. You've got Charles Darwin Primary School immediately to the north of the site. And then you've got a number of commercial premises on Prince of Wales Road, including the Complete Angler Public House in that location there. So just to sort of zoom in a little bit and show the site in more detail, these are the existing buildings on the site. You've got a combination of hotel and offices that are in the buildings alongside the river and the front Prince of Wales Road. You've then, so the office element of that is primarily in this northern section, which also comprises hotel, restaurant and bar. You've got the entrance to the hotel approximately where the cursor is, and then you've got further hotel bedrooms in this location and in this location. The majority of the building was built in the 1970s, but this wing here was added approximately about 10 years ago. You've also got a commercial building called Scandic House, which is in that location. That comprises of a small office and warehouse. Immediately adjacent to the site, but just outside in this location here to the southwest, you have two Grade 2 listed buildings. One is the Weaver's House, which is located where the cursor is, and then you've got St Faith's House, which is located in that position. And then there's a warehouse associated with St Faith's House in that location. So just to show you some of the heritage constraints that affect this proposal, the purple areas on the screen identify the conservation areas. So the site is wholly within the city centre conservation area. And then you've also got the St Matthew's conservation area on the opposite side of the river. As I mentioned, Foundry Bridge is very close to the site, which is Grade 2 listed. The Norwich railway station is also Grade 2 listed, and St Faith's House and Weaver's House are also listed buildings. And then the darker shaded buildings that you can see on Thorpe Road and Riverside Road, and also the public house, they're locally listed buildings. So moving on now to show you some photographs of the site. That's probably the most well-known view of the Premier Inn from Foundry Bridge. So you can see it's 4 stories on the riverbank, but because of the change in level with Prince of Wales Road, it's sort of 3 stories as you approach it on the road, and then the buildings extend further along the river. This is the hotel, bar and restaurant on the ground floor. And a view from the opposite side of the river, further to the south, you can just see the extended parts of the existing hotel building. This is all primarily hotel bedrooms. Back on Thorpe Road, a view from just outside the railway station. So you have the railway station on the left-hand side of the picture, the hotel building in the middle of the picture, and then Prince of Wales Road carries up in that location. Another view there of the existing hotel at the crossing of Riverside Road, and where Riverside Road meets Coblenz Avenue, Thorpe Road and Prince of Wales Road. Similar view looking down the river to the south with the hotel on the right. That's the current frontage onto Prince of Wales Road. And then just a little bit further along the street on Prince of Wales Road, that's the other end of the building. There is a commercial unit at the moment in this location, which is vacant and has been for some time. So just slightly further along, that's the commercial unit, and then you have a walkway leading into the hotel car park and towards the main entrance of the hotel. And on the right-hand side of this photograph is the Charles Darwin Primary School, and you also have some commercial units on the ground floor, some of which are occupied and some of which are not. And there's a better image of the primary school. That's taken a bit further down the walkway I just mentioned. You've got the existing hotel building on the left-hand side and kind of refuse storage area, etc. as well on the ground floor there. And that's looking back in the opposite direction towards Prince of Wales Road. You can see the school on the left and the hotel on the right. A little bit further into the site, and that's a view of the existing hotel from within the site. And similarly, a view north looking towards the back of the school. There is an entrance to the school sort of in this location, and the school also has some car parking spaces in this location as well. That is a view looking sort of primarily to the west, slightly to the northwest. You can see the school on the right-hand side, and you can see Rose Lane car park on the left-hand side, and then a lot of surface car parking for the hotel. And then a view southwest. This is towards the bottom end of the hotel complex. More surface car parking, some tree planting. The hotel garden is sort of entrances in that location. And you can see St Anne's Wharf development in the background there. That's just the entrance to the hotel. The sign confirms it's primarily for the use of hotel guests. It's a private garden. That's a view across the garden towards the river and the riverside development. You can just see through the trees on the other side of the river. And opposite view, looking back across the existing hotel garden towards the hotel and the hotel car park. A view along the riverside path, taken from the southern edge of the site and looking up the river to the north. I should make the point, although it's not in this image, that behind where I took that photo there is a continuation of the riverside path through the Baltic Wharf development, but it's currently fenced off, so it's not possible to pass through there. Looking further along the river, with the hotel on the left there, and the railway station forecourt is on the other side of the river. And looking back in the opposite direction, hotel building on the right, riverside restaurants and buildings on the left-hand side. Another view of closer to the bridge, showing the outside seating area for the restaurant and bar. Foundry Bridge, sort of in the centre of the image. And then a closer view showing the stepped access up onto Prince of Wales Road. This is a view taken on the opposite side of the river, similar to the image I showed before, but this one you can see the hotel garden a bit better on the left-hand side, and some of the existing trees that are alongside the river. As it says on the slide, a view from Lady Julian Bridge, which links the riverside development to the King Street area. You've got St Anne's Wharf flats in the foreground. You've then got Baltic Wharf development in the centre, and behind these trees is the site that we're looking at today. That's a view of Scandic House, the commercial building that's currently on site next to Mountergate that I mentioned earlier. And also the site access. This would be an upgraded site access into the new development. Actually, That's not strictly true. The actual new access is slightly further to the south, so that's the existing access, but the new access would be formed approximately where the cursor is. Should make that clear. Yeah, so that's a better view. So existing access is in this location. Proposed access would be further to the south, approximately where this wall is. And you can see that's the Weaver's House listed building, and St Faith's House, the back of that, another listed building, and Baltic House, the offices to the south. So looking into the site from the existing main access from Mountergate, again you can see the back of the school, you can see the hotel in the background and a tree on the right hand side. Again, another view looking across the hotel car park. The hotel entrance is actually located in that middle block. And that is the newer wing that was built in approximately about 10 years ago. Further down Mountergate, you've got a view of Weaver's House. Then you've got a view of Weaver's House on the left and St Faith's House on the right, the two listed buildings. And finally, another view showing St Faith's House and its warehouse. And then the application site is primarily behind these buildings. And that's a view down Baltic Wharf, which is the roadway along the southern boundary of the site. You've got the end of the warehouse that's associated with St Faith's House here. This is, on the right hand side, you've got the edge of the office block, and that gateway leads into the residential properties at Baltic Wharf. And that is a view closer up taken of the townhouses within Baltic Wharf. So the site is the other side of this fence, basically. You'll note there aren't many windows on this gable elevation. This is on Baltic Wharf looking north towards the site. It's an existing access into the site that isn't used very often, as you can see, but it's intended to take a new vehicular access, which will be a secondary access at this point into the site from Baltic Wharf. And that's looking over the fence effectively to the north. So you've got St Faith's House on the left, Scandic House, I believe, in the middle there, and I think that's Grosvenor House rising up in the background on Prince of Wales Road. As you can see, this part of the site is currently vacant and disused. And this view is taken a bit further along Baltic Wharf, again looking north to the part of the site that is still used for car parking. You can see that, extensive areas of the site are currently basically used as surface car parking, and arguably underutilised from this picture. And a reverse view looking south towards that gable end of the Baltic Wharf development I mentioned earlier. You've got St Anne's Wharf in the middle and Baltic House offices on the right hand side. So moving on now to talk through the development proposals themselves. I'm going to show you a series of plans and drawings which explain that in more detail. So first of all, the site master plan. So what you can see here is the proposed hotel will be located in this location. So it would take up a much smaller amount of the site than the current hotel does, but it would be taller. It would rise to 7 stories, as I'll show you in a moment. It's intended that would be built as the first phase of this development. You've also got to the south 2 purpose-built student accommodation blocks. So first one is this one located next to the hotel, and the second one located further to the south. And within these there would be 491 student accommodation bed spaces, as well as communal space, study space, gyms, and all of the facilities you'd expect to see with a student accommodation. And then, so those areas, including a new park that will be created alongside the river in this location that would be fully accessible by the public. There would be an enhanced river walkway linking the site from Prince of Wales Road all the way down to Baltic Wharf and onwards to St Anne's Wharf. That would be accessible through a gate which would be operated on a sort of dawn till dusk basis, so it would be closed at night time but open during daylight hours. There's a plaza area here, so that comprises partly green space and partly hard standing, which can be used for both recreation and also events could be put on in that space as well. So that's all part of the public realm that's being delivered as part of this proposal. There is a sort of private communal garden for the residents of the student accommodation, which is located closest to the southern block. And then the new roadways from Mountergate and from Baltic Wharf. And then there's a service area for the hotel and some car parking spaces for the school, which will be re-provided on the site as part of this proposal. It maintains the link to Prince of Wales Road and the walkway, which would be enhanced through new landscaping, new surfacing and new planting. And there'd be new surfacing throughout and a very thought through and comprehensive landscaping scheme for this development. So that comprises the full parts of the planning application, and then the outline is in this location, the northwest of the site, and that's where 75 residential flats are proposed. It is outlined with all matters reserved, so we are primarily considering the principle of whether residential development is acceptable in that location, and there is a parameters plan which kind of controls heights of those buildings, so which we're also being asked to approve. So the block closest to Mountergate would be a maximum of 4 stories, and the block slightly towards the middle of the site would be a maximum of 6 stories. But generally all of the other details such as design, layout, landscaping and appearance would be dealt with through a reserved matters application should the application get approved. So that shows a ground floor plan, similar information to the previous drawing. So I'll move on. This drawing does show some more information. So this is a proposed roof plan. I think one thing to note here that there's extensive areas of green roofs that are proposed as part of the development on the hotel, residential blocks, and the purpose-built student accommodation. And you can also see there's an extensive greening of the site compared to the existing situation as well. So moving forward to elevations, so this shows existing elevations of the site. So this is effectively a street scene view looking from Prince of Wales Road direction. So looking towards the south, you have the river in this location and the bridge. That's the existing hotel and that's the primary school. And then in this location, this is a cross-section through the middle of the site, looking at the sort of southern extent of the hotel buildings, and you can see the listed buildings as well in this location. And I believe Scandic House is also shown in that image as well. And the next slide will show how the proposal would look. So you can see there's an increased scale of building. So you've got the new hotel building on the left-hand side. So it's the same view as the one we had before with the river here. You've got the new hotel, which would be 6 stories on Prince of Wales Road, but would appear more as 7 stories next to the river because of the change in levels. and you can see the relationship to the existing Charles Darwin School, and you can see the outline of the purpose-built student accommodation in the background, and a view taken from a cross-section in the middle of the site, so in between the two student accommodation blocks effectively, still looking towards the south, and that's how the purpose-built student accommodation would appear in two separate blocks. So I'll just show you those again, the before and after, if you like. So that's the current situation, and that would be the proposed situation. And then existing elevations alongside the river, first of all. You've got Baltic Wharf housing in this location, and then the hotel, then you've got the garden, then you've got the hotel building. So this is kind of looking from the direction of the railway station. You've then got a view back from sort of the Mountergate area, so you've got Scandic House, St Faith's House in the middle of the picture there. Actually, thinking about it, that's taken a bit more within the site, so you've got, that's looking towards Rose Lane Car Park, which I think is the building in the background, and Scandic House in that location, and the listed buildings there. That's a view looking from the south to the north with the river on the right-hand side, hotel buildings sort of on the right-hand side of the picture, listed buildings on the left, and then we've got the proposed versions of all of those. So first of all, the river elevation, so river facing elevations I should say. So Foundry Bridge located where the cursor is. Next building along is the proposed hotel, and you can see the proposed height of that. And then the purpose-built student accommodation, which would be at a similar height, and you can see the gabled ends. Two separate blocks, purpose-built student accommodation, and that extends to approximately where the cursor is, and then you have the Baltic Wharf development on the left-hand side of that image. Further into the site, this is a view showing the proposed scale of residential accommodation. You have the listed buildings sort of on the left-hand side. So that's a cross-section within the site. And then finally, the view looking north from the southern boundary of the site effectively. So you can see the purpose-built student accommodation buildings up against the river, although there is a generous gap for the riverside path, which is located there, and then you have the listed buildings on the left-hand side. So once again, I'll show you the existing, go back to the existing elevations of all of those ones, and those are the proposed. So finally, existing western elevations, so looking from the Mountergate direction. So you've got the existing school located in this position, the hotel, and then the listed buildings and the office block. And then slightly further into the site, this is a cross-section taken from behind Scandic House looking towards the hotel buildings. So that's the existing situation, and this is the proposed western elevation. So you can see still got the school in the foreground, the hotel, sort of right, the proposed hotel rising up in the background. Then in the centre of the site, indicative sort of drawing showing the proposed residential blocks, how they could appear. As I said, we're not dealing with the detail of the appearance and particularly exact design today, but that's what's envisaged they could look like. And then behind that, purpose-built student accommodation in the background, across the two blocks. And then finally, that cross-section from within the site again, so a close-up view really of the hotel, the student accommodation blocks, giving a sense of their scale. So once again, I'll just go back. So you can see that western elevations again, they're the existing, and then this is how they would appear as part of the proposal. Some slightly more in detail elevation drawings then. So the hotel, you've got the proposed north elevation on the top of the image and the east elevation, which would face the river, on the bottom of the image. One thing to note is there's a lift located in that position there where the cursor is, and that would provide level access down to the river from Prince of Wales Road, in association with a stepped access that would be wider than the existing one. It's worth noting that the proposed hotel would sit further back from the river than the existing hotel. They're going to proposal is to create more space for the riverside path and people using that space. That's just further elevations of the hotel. So you've got the south elevation, top left, that would face towards the student accommodation, and then the west elevation, bottom left, which would face towards the school. And then you've got a couple of elevations from within the hotel building, effectively, because the hotel building would have a hollowed out core where a number of bedrooms would face out onto a sort of courtyard area. And those images show that. That's the proposed ground floor for the hotel. So what you can see here is Prince of Wales Road running along this line, and the blue is one of the commercial units that's proposed, so broadly in a similar location to the existing commercial unit on Prince of Wales. But it also has a frontage onto the walkway to provide a greater sense of activity. So that would be a Class E unit, so it could be used as a cafe, restaurant, potentially an office, but anything within Class E commercial uses. The entrance to the hotel is located on this corner, so anybody coming from the railway station would immediately be able to find the hotel entrance, whereas at the moment it's kind of hidden away towards the back of the site in the car park. You have the restaurant for the hotel located in this position, taking advantage of the river side location. And then the rest of the hotel, the ground floor is kind of given over to various, ancillary facilities for the hotel: storage, refuse collection, reception, toilets, and so on, and cycle storage. And then just to give you an idea of the first floor layout, so as you might expect to see, you've got rows of bedrooms facing both outwardly and inward towards the courtyard, and that layout basically continues to be very similar all the way up towards the top of the building. So I'm not going to show you every single floor plan, but they're all pretty much identical to that one on your screen. That is until you get to the 5th floor, where there is a recessed part of the building which faces Prince of Wales Road, so that this section of the building is slightly taller, and these rooms would face the student accommodation. Actually, I should correct that. Those rooms face Prince of Wales Road. That bit drops down a little bit towards the student accommodation. And then that's the 6th floor. You can see there's a recessed upper story of bedrooms. So the building's recessed to help reduce the massing, really, and the appearance of that from Prince of Wales Road and the various different vantage points. And finally, the roof plan, showing the areas of green roof, but also the lift shaft and access onto the roof. So in a bit more depth, the purpose-built student accommodation elevations. So yeah, you have a number of, you've got the hotel on the right-hand side of this top image, and the first PBSA block that would be next to that, shown below that you have a image of the side of the northern PBSA block, and then the hotel kind of in the background there. You'll see that it drops down in height in the middle of the PBSA block, and then rises up again with these gabled roofs. And then finally, a similar view of the first PBSA block. This bottom view is looking effectively at the same facade, but from a slightly different angle. That's looking at the proposed northern PBSA block again. So I won't go through each individual one in detail, but I think there's some images in a minute that will give you a better idea of the appearance of it and scale and so on. But that's looking at it from the north, effectively. And then this is looking at the southern purpose-built student accommodation block. So the taller elements, which rise to 6 stories, are next to the river, and then the building drops to 5 stories as you sort of move around. This area would encompass the park area, and then these areas where you've got the 2 gabled roofs would be next to Baltic Wharf. And then these are just different vantage points of that same block. You can see the same arrangement, so the park would be located in the kind of foreground of this centre picture. And then that is effectively what you might see from Baltic Wharf. So you've got the sort of 5-storey block here facing Baltic Wharf, and then the 6-storey blocks rising up in the background. And then the opposite views of the same southern purpose-built student accommodation block. So again, the taller elements closer to the river, and as you move into the site, some variation in height, and the building drops down to 5 stories. And that's just some other elevations showing a bit more detail of some of the end gables and cross-sections of how the flat roof part of the building connects to the pitched roof parts. So in a bit more detail, the student accommodation floor plans. So a number of the student amenity areas would face towards the park. You would have some bedrooms on the ground floor next to Baltic Wharf and sort of in this location next to the park. But the pale yellow areas are all kind of communal facilities for students, and same in the northern block. The grey areas are areas of refuse storage and cycle storage. They tend to face towards the centre of the site, where they can be easily serviced and accessed. Worth pointing out that the northern PBSA block has this commercial unit which is identified in blue. So that's the second Class C commercial unit that's part of the proposal. Could be used as a cafe, restaurant, or similar use. So the first floor is where and the upper stories generally are where all of the bed spaces are located. It's a mixture of studios and cluster rooms, so the studios tend to be more self-sufficient. There'd be a small kind of kitchenette, ensuite bathroom, and they're slightly larger rooms. And then the cluster rooms tend to be a little bit smaller. They're still all en suite, but they would have access to communal kitchens and sort of living areas, which are often sited on the end gables facing the river and throughout the building. So the majority of the upper stories are all basically the same as that. So I'm not going to show you all of those, but I will show you the proposed 5th floor, which is the taller elements of the scheme that are closer to the river and the hotel. And the roof plan, just confirming those areas of green roofs. As I said, the residential part of the development is in outline with all matters reserved, but drawings have been submitted as part of this application to show how that could appear. And essentially, the proposal is to have two blocks, one facing Mountergate, one alongside Mountergate, and one in the centre of towards the centre of the site, with a communal garden in the middle and cycle storage, refuse storage located towards the road. It's envisaged and it's kind of proposed as part of the parameters for this application that this block would be 6 stories in height and the block next to Mountergate would drop to 4 stories. And so these are illustrative designs and floor plans. We're not actually approving, we wouldn't actually be approving or refusing the exact detail of these today. It's just to show how you could achieve 75 flats with associated communal space and all the facilities that you would expect. So, final kind of images section to show you is 3 visualizations of the proposal. So, we required the applicant to provide a number of verified views and visualizations from a number of key vantage points around the site and across the city. Ones that this was all kind of done in association with the conservation officer and team, and key vantage points were identified at an early stage, and the applicant has shown visualizations for how the development would appear from those site positions. So I'll take you through those now. So that's the existing view from the railway station forecourt. You can see the hotel building. And that's how the development would appear. So the PBSA blocks located in this location and the hotel on the right-hand side. This is quite a good drawing to show how the PBSA blocks have been designed in such a way that they would fan out towards the river, and a real kind of widened public space would be created in that location. I think something else to note from this drawing is you can see the castle in where the cursor is, or just below the cursor. That you can't currently see the castle to that extent with the existing view. It's blocked by the hotel. So it's a huge heritage benefit to the city to open up that view to the castle. It's a really strong point of the scheme. And you also see St Faith's House, the listed building as well, which you don't really currently see at the moment. So here's a vantage point from Thorpe Road, taken up a little bit further up Thorpe Road by the bus stop. So the site is in the middle of where the cursor is. So for this image, they've used a kind of wireline technique, so I haven't shown the full visualization, but you can see the outline of the proposed hotel with the blue lines, and that gives you an idea of the scale. So I'll just show that again, the difference there. Similar view, but much closer to the site, so existing hotel on Thorpe Road. And then that is how the proposed hotel would appear, alongside the student accommodation in separate blocks. So the aim really that the architect has sort of sought to do in terms of the architecture for the hotel building is a sort of a civic building, which references partly the form and to some extent the appearance of the castle, but providing a modern interpretation of that. It also, with the purpose-built student accommodation, the aim has been very much to sort of reference the historic industrial buildings that would be alongside the river in Norwich. And typically those have gable roofs and, for example, the waterfront building. And there's still evidence of some of those existing. And so that's the kind of been the architectural sort of approach, which has sort of underpinned the design of the two key elements of the scheme that are part of the full application. That's a view along the river from Riverside Road. You've got the yacht station, sort of approximately where the cursor is, and then Foundry Bridge and the site is sort of where the cursor is there, there is a noticeable change in this view, so you do see the proposed hotel with the increased stories would become more apparent from this view. So I will show that again. That is the existing view, and that is the proposed. View from Recorder Road, which is a road just off Prince of Wales Road to the north of the site. So that's the existing hotel at the end of the road. That's how it would appear as part of this proposal, so you see the front of the hotel. I'll just show you that one again. Another view on Prince of Wales Road, so you've got the school in the foreground, the hotel in the background. That's the current view, and that's the view with the hotel as proposed, so you do see the increased height. Again, that's the view looking down Mountergate with the school on the left and Rose Lane car park on the right. And we have some wireline drawings there showing the proposed scale of the residential part of this scheme on Mountergate. It's a view taken a bit further away, so this is taken from the Castle Mound, looking over the museum buildings which you see in the foreground. The site is over, so roughly where the cursor is. And if you look carefully, you will see blue outline of the proposed buildings, so it does become more prominent in this view. But I think it's worth noting it still sits below the height of St Anne's Wharf, and it sits below the tree line when taken from this view. It doesn't interrupt the view of the sky from the castle. So I'll just show you that again. Then a view from St Faith's House and showing its kind of forecourt. And you can see the existing warehouse building as well, St Faith's House. That's how the proposal would look. So this is the southern student accommodation block, and that's the northern student accommodation block. And then a view in the Baltic Wharf development to the south. So that's the existing houses. These are the ones that are slightly inland from the river, and this is the block that currently faces the river. It's the back of it. You're looking north towards the site, and you can see how the student accommodation block to the south would appear. That view is taken quite close to Lady Julian Bridge, quite close to where the Queen of Iceni pub is on the opposite side of the river. So you've got the Baltic Wharf development on the left-hand side of the picture, and the hotel garden on the opposite side of the river. This is a wire line image, but you see the scale of the buildings generally sitting below, or wholly sitting below, the existing tree line from this vantage point. View from the opposite side of Foundry Bridge. So these images now are not existing and proposed ones. These are just visualizations of how the scheme would appear. So you've got the hotel on the right and the student blocks on the left. I think it's worth noting the enhanced Riverside area and Riverside pathway and how much wider this is compared to the existing situation, and then how that extends into the two areas of public open space. So you've got the plaza in between the two PBSA blocks, and then you've got the park further beyond, and the Riverside Walk kind of connects all of those spaces and takes people down into those spaces. And that shows another heritage benefit of this proposal, because that's the view from within the two PBSA blocks, showing how that space could be activated, first of all, but it also shows you get a really good view of Norwich railway station from within the site, which you don't currently get the view is currently blocked by the hotel. So the proposal would, people using that space and walking through that space would be able to appreciate not just Norwich Castle, but the railway station as well. So really good heritage and townscape benefit. And that's just a closer up view showing that. A visualisation showing the park with the southern PBSA block overlooking that in the background, so providing good surveillance of the park. And this would be fully accessible by the public. And then this is the walkway from Prince of Wales Road. Currently it's not a particularly pleasant experience walking down that walkway. This shows how it would be fully re-landscaped, activated by having a commercial unit on the left-hand side, providing a much better entranceway for the school and into the site generally. And this is how the communal garden for the residential blocks could appear. So you've got the two blocks either side. This is kind of looking from the vantage point of the school boundary, if you like. Just another view there showing visualisation of how the Riverside Park would appear, and new tree planting, and the plaza area within the middle of the sort of site next to the river. And another visualisation just showing that kind of approach of having the two PBSA blocks spanning out towards the river, drawing people sort of into the site and kind of creating that view in the centre up towards Norwich Castle. Right, I'll now move on to the planning considerations and ultimately the recommendations. So, first of all, the principle of development. As I said, it's an allocated site within the local plan. The policy kind of gives quite a lot of flexibility for different types of uses. It does envisage 200 houses, but we're confident that the student accommodation, in combination with the PBSA, the residential, would deliver the equivalent of 271 houses. So, because student accommodation also makes a contribution towards meeting housing need. So, it does fulfil that policy requirement. And obviously student accommodation is also mentioned in the policy as being an appropriate use on site, so that's acceptable, together with the commercial uses. And then there's a number of other site-specific policy objectives, which I've set out in more detail in the report, but this site is considered to, the proposal is considered to meet all of those objectives. Looking at some of the kind of key considerations that we've had with this proposal then, and that we have to take into account in our consideration of it. So one of them is the housing land supply situation. The council is currently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So in those circumstances, the National Planning Policy Framework requires that we need to apply what's referred to as the tilted balance. So we need to apply a balance in favour of sustainable development, and we should grant planning permission unless there are policies in the National Planning Policy Framework which provide a strong reason for refusing the development. So there may be one or two things that we're not entirely happy with, or that might be, you know, and I'll move on to some of those, or some, but ultimately it has to be a very strong reason and linked to a National Planning Policy Framework policy if members are minded to refuse this application. As officers, we believe that there are strong reasons, there are no strong reasons for refusing this application as set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, and there are no adverse impacts that would outweigh the benefits of the proposal. So the housing land supply situation weighs strongly in favour of this proposal. Design and heritage considerations have been quite prominent throughout. So This application is the culmination of several years' work, both by the applicant and also officer teams on this. We've had extensive pre-application discussions that took place over about a year and a half. The application went through the design review process with Design Southeast, which is an independent organisation comprising leading architects, environmental specialists, landscape architects, who reviewed the proposal and helped to kind of shape it to what you see today. And there's a lot more detail in the report as to how their input was taken on board and has helped to shape the proposal. I have to say we have objections from the Broads Authority and the Norwich Society. They're primarily concerned about the increased height of the development, particularly the impact alongside the river for the Broads Authority. They consider that the buildings are too tall and would have an adverse impact on the character of the Broads National Park area. The Norwich Society have some concerns about the architectural approach, but also they share the Broads Authority's concerns about the height of buildings. And Historic England have also raised concerns about the scale and height of the hotel and PBSA blocks. But it's worth noting that they raised concerns, but they haven't gone as far as actually objecting to the proposal. All the way along, we have taken into account the views of these organisations, and they've also been part of the pre-application process. So we did actually agree that the PBSA blocks should be reduced by 1 storey with the applicant to help make it more acceptable in terms of the way it sort of sits. The new buildings would sit within the townscape. So we have been listening to what the heritage bodies have said, and we have acted upon that to improve it, but we appreciate it hasn't gone far enough as far as they're concerned. So ultimately, as officers, we consider that the design and appearance and scale of the buildings strikes the right balance between both respecting the historic context of the site, the important gateway location opposite the railway station and the yacht station, the prevailing sort of heights of buildings. It pays respect to all of that in terms of its architecture and scale, but at the same time, there's an aspiration to achieve high density development in the site allocation policy, and national policy wants us to achieve fairly high density development next to railway stations and in highly sustainable locations such as this. So it's a city centre location, so a balance has to be struck. As officers, we firmly believe this strikes the right balance between those competing demands. We consider that the approach to layout, appearance, design and materials is well thought out, and would be, and I think this is important, a huge improvement over the existing appearance of the site. And the site has extensive areas that are currently underused, as you saw from the photographs at the moment, and extensive areas that are currently used for surface level car parking. So this development would achieve a far better, more efficient use of this land, and we think that's really positive. So in a bit more detail, in terms of the heritage impact, our conservation officer has identified no substantial harm to any heritage asset. Some less than substantial harm is identified at a moderate level to the city centre conservation area, St Faith's House and Weaver's House. Some less than substantial harm at the low level has been identified to St Matthew's conservation area, the Foundry Bridge and the railway station, and a low level of harm has been identified to the public house, which is a locally listed building. We've looked carefully at all of these impacts and cumulatively assessed it as well, and we are satisfied that the harm is relatively low and would be outweighed by the planning benefits of the development. I think another key consideration is the need for student accommodation. So our own evidence base, the council did a PBSA study into the need for PBSA year on year up until 2038, 2039. The evidence shows that whilst we probably have enough at the current time to meet existing needs, year on year the numbers of students in the city are anticipated to grow. And by 2039 there's likely to be the need for in the region of 950 new bed spaces, and you know that figure kind of increases up to the 950 year on year from the present day. So our evidence shows us that despite what the perception is, there is a need in the longer term for more purpose-built student accommodation. I think it's also worth noting that the student accommodation in this development wouldn't be ready for occupation until 2030, by which time there will be a greater need than there currently is. So that's something that needs to be borne in mind. So as officers, we acknowledge the perception that the city doesn't require any more purpose-built student accommodation, and we respect the representations and objection that has been made from University of East Anglia on this basis. But we're confident that it is not a ground on which the application should be refused, because our own evidence base shows there will be a demand for more purpose-built student accommodation. We do have a pipeline of student accommodation that has been, that is, permissions that have been granted. Some have been implemented and could be built out, and so those developments could also form part of meeting this need, but the vast majority of those have been fairly dormant for a long period of time, and we know that there's others, such as the Debenhams development, where the developer has told us that they're not going to proceed with turning that into student accommodation. So the pipeline, whilst it exists, it's probably can't be relied upon too heavily. Nevertheless, this site also forms part of the pipeline that was included as part of the PBSA study. So this site is envisaged will help meet that future need. Amenity impacts, so some of the concerns raised by occupants of Baltic Wharf include overlooking of their properties and the scale of development. Some people are concerned about the 5-storey building next to Baltic Wharf. It might be helpful to show you a drawing to sort of illustrate this arrangement. Yeah, so Baltic Wharf located in this position, but you'll remember that end cable had, I think, 2 very small windows. I think the first floor window serves a landing, but you would have this part of the PBSA block would be 5-storey and facing towards these properties and their gardens. So we note that there is an impact there. To mitigate that, the developer is proposing to have screens fitted to the outside of the windows, which would effectively you'd have a series of horizontal screens all kind of positioned like that. So your views from the student blocks would be directed out across the housing and not down towards it. And in fact, I can show you an image of that. So yeah, you can see how that would work in principle. So if you look at these 2 images on the right-hand side, that would be the view without this form of screening. So it would be possible to look down towards the residential properties. With the implementation of these screens, which sit at approximately sort of head height or just below, the views would be directed across the city towards St Anne's Wharf and not directly down to the residential development, so that would safeguard their amenity of residents of Baltic Wharf. I think in addition to that, we as officers consider that the Just go back into the slideshow. In addition to that, we're satisfied that the 5-storey scale of development next to those residential properties is acceptable. It's also to the north, slightly to the northeast, so it will have no impact on sunlight, or very little impact on sunlight, and very little impact on daylight as well. So for a city centre location where high density development is anticipated in the policy, we consider that this strikes the right balance for that, and it wouldn't be unduly overbearing. It would be noticeable, but we don't believe it would be overbearing. There's been an extensive daylight sunlight analysis from the proposal. It shows that impacts are acceptable on all surrounding occupiers and would be acceptable in terms of future occupiers as well of the site itself. So it's achieving good standards of sunlight and daylight, and it's not having a negative impact on surrounding occupiers. A further consideration then is environmental considerations. So the applicant did consider whether these existing buildings could be retained, mindful of the environmental impact of demolishing buildings. The reasons for not doing so are all fully set out within the report, but essentially to achieve this quantum of development, it would have been very difficult to do whilst retaining the existing buildings. Structurally, they're not particularly well suited to adding stories to. A key thing was to meet the flood risk requirements of the site going forward. It would have been possible for that quantum of development by retaining the existing buildings in their current location. And also the buildings are fairly inefficient in terms of their energy performance at the moment, so there's a real benefit to actually replacing them with far more sustainable and energy efficient buildings, which over a longer period of time will actually pay back and would be the most sustainable option. Other environmental factors: development is targeting a BREEAM Excellent rating, so it would be highly sustainable. It goes beyond the policy requirements. Biodiversity net gain: there would be an 85% increase in habitat units for the site when the actual requirement is only for 10%, so huge increase in habitat with this proposal. Extensive green roofs, as I've shown across the site. Further ecological enhancements through planting 114 new trees, which would be a net gain of 76 new trees. Bird boxes, bat boxes, all the usual sorts of things that we would expect to see to enhance ecology. Flood risk: extensive work has been done to ensure that the development will be safe from flood risk in the future, taking into account all future scenarios for climate change. It's been designed in such a way to allow that the development would the public spaces would effectively accommodate floodwater in extreme weather events, and the buildings would be built at a higher level so that they're built. The ground floor is effectively raised out above the flood risk zone. So we've gone through extensive processes with the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency, and a lot of work has been done to make sure that this fully complies with all of their requirements, and they don't raise objections to it, and this proposal would actually make this site far more resilient to flooding for the future than the current situation. Loss of trees. I know that's been a topic that some people have raised concern about. We have received several objections on that ground. So there would be 38 trees removed as part of this proposal. On the screen there you can see the existing tree constraints. So you'll note that the trees located in this location, these are all the category A, which is in the sort of light green colour, and category B, blue colour, with the blue circles. So those trees are located along the river. And then there is one further category A tree in that location in the hotel garden. All of those trees would be retained. There is one category A tree which is located in that location next to the school. Near, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Might need you to show me how to do that. Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so the category A trees are the sort of the very light green, and then the blue trees are category B. All the other ones are either category C or category, what's called category U. So the one category A tree that would be removed is located where the cursor is up by the school, effectively. The other category A trees would all be retained alongside the river and the one in the hotel garden. The majority of the trees being removed, and that's what's shown on this tree impacts plan. So where there are red dotted lines, that shows either the trees or groups of trees that kind of comprise hedges. Those will be removed. So the majority of those are in the middle of the site. You can see how they're kind of scattered across the site, and I think it's important to note that the way they're scattered in several different locations right across the site, I think it would be very difficult or almost impossible to achieve the site allocation requirements of this kind of density of development whilst retaining all of those trees. So I think that the developer has sort of taken a reasonable approach to safeguarding the highly valuable ones next to the river and around the park. This slide shows the proposed tree planting, so 114 new trees in association with retaining a lot of the existing ones. All the coloured circles relate to different types of species, so you can see it's a varied planting scheme, and the trees would help frame the various roadways and routes throughout the site and the public spaces. And they're not just limited to the park areas next to the river, they are also on the more hard surfaced areas would also have extensive planting. A further key issue is affordable housing. So the applicant has investigated whether affordable housing could be provided. Their first step was to see whether anybody, in terms of registered social landlords, or indeed the council, would be willing to take on the residential part of the scheme. Unfortunately, that didn't attract any interest because generally RSLs don't tend to be they don't tend to favour flatted sort of developments in the city centre, we find. But so yeah, unfortunately no interest from that point of view. So we then looked at, okay, a financial contribution is what the policy requires in lieu of that. So a process of viability review was then carried out by the applicant, and the outcome of that showed that it's not viable to provide an affordable housing contribution, as we've seen before, unfortunately. So ultimately, if they were to provide an affordable housing contribution, they wouldn't make a profit, so the development just wouldn't happen. It's as simple as that. And in fact, viability is even without making a contribution, viability is still very challenging for this development, as we see in a lot of our city centre sites at the moment. So as officers, we made sure we had an independent review of the applicant's viability appraisal. So that's all been done in accordance with national guidance, and it doesn't completely agree with all of the calculations within the document that the applicant made, but ultimately it does agree that it's not possible to provide an affordable housing contribution in this instance. So what we have agreed with the applicant is that we will have a viability review clause within the Section 106 agreement that will enable us to reappraise the site further down the line if key targets aren't met in terms of implementation and occupation. We can have a look again at viability to see whether we can capture some contribution further down the road. But in line with national policy, which does allow officers to and planning authorities to take into account viability, we don't consider that the affordable housing situation is a reason to refuse the proposal. In terms of representations, just to summarise sort of numbers, we've had 13 letters of objection. That includes another 2 that came in this morning prior to the meeting. That includes Baltic Wharf Residents Association. We've had 3 letters in support and 3 letters making comments. Support has come from Charles Darwin Primary School and the Norwich BID, which is the Business Improvement District, both of which fully support the proposal. More details of their representations are in the report. There are some updates that I should report further to the publication of the committee report. We received 5 further letters of objection, so that's included in that 13 number. Since the publication of the report, the points raised were concern about loss of mature trees, loss of wildlife, loss of canopy cover at a time of climate crisis and the implications that could have for the temperatures in the city centre. Concern about the building not being in keeping with the historic character of Norwich. Concern that it wasn't creating an attractive enough gateway for the position opposite the railway station. Concern that there's no requirement for no further student accommodation. All of those points I've already covered, I think, so I won't go into the response again, but ultimately we acknowledge that the loss of trees is unfortunate, but we think it's necessary to achieve this development and to achieve a really successful redevelopment of the site, and it's mitigated by the planting of a substantial number of trees. So in the future this site will be far greener than it is currently, and that will help to make it far more resilient to climate change, in addition to the improvements to flood mitigation. It'll be far more resilient to climate change than it currently is. Second point is that the report should have noted that the hotel garden is a designated open space. So you can see the local plan designation in the shaded area. So it's protected by policy DM8 of our local plan. However, the policy does state that loss of open space should only be permitted where the proposal would result in an overall qualitative or quantitative improvement to recreational facilities, either within the open space or an alternative accessible space nearby, and further criteria that the benefits to sport or recreation would outweigh the loss of that open space. The existing garden is approximately 2,878 square metres, so 2,878 square metres in area. The new open spaces, in terms of just the park and the plaza area and the kind of green, those green areas, not including all of the open space, but those green areas, they would be 4,975 square metres, so it's a significant increase in the size of public open space. So it meets that quantitative criteria. It's also going to be completely re-landscaped to a very high standard versus the existing garden, which, sort of a minimum level of maintenance is carried out to that, and it's not publicly accessible. So providing public accessibility to these bigger areas of open space and bigger parkland basically meets the criteria of this policy to allow the minor development on this open space. The majority of this is still going to be retained. It's just at this sort of top end that there would be one of the PBSA blocks would slightly go into that. So ultimately, the proposal is acceptable in relation to impact on the designated open space. And then finally, just a minor correction, paragraph 295 of the report, the policy reference should make reference to policy DM7 and not DM5 in that paragraph. So coming to the recommendation and the planning balance that we have to do when considering whether to recommend to grant planning permission or not. In terms of the adverse impacts, I've already just described the heritage harm that's been identified, although that is relatively low for a development of this scale. The proposal doesn't meet one of the local policy requirements of being of exceptional quality in a gateway area. It's detailed in the report how we've addressed that. Ultimately, it's an extremely high bar. We consider that the proposal is of a very high quality. And I think when you take into account all of the other public benefits that I'll come on to in a moment, we think that the actual design and appearance and scale and everything else is acceptable for this gateway location, and it's going to enhance it significantly compared to what it currently is. So we are accepting that. There's other minor adverse impacts. The screens that I showed you for the student accommodation facing Baltic Wharf is a bit of a compromise, and but hopefully the drawings I showed you showed that there'd still be sufficient daylight coming into those rooms. We know that from the daylight and sunlight calculations that have been done. It still provides outlook, albeit just not directly down to the adjacent housing development. So in the grand scheme of things, it's a small negative, but it's a very minor adverse point when you take into account the development as a whole. Moving on to the benefits then that are fully set out in the report, but I'm going to repeat them because I think they're important. And first benefit then, meeting the requirements of the site allocation policy to deliver within the Greater Norwich Local Plan, to deliver a new urban quarter at a key gateway site in the city, meeting all policy criteria that are set out within the local plan policy NCC 4, delivering the equivalent of 271 new homes through the provision of PBSA bed spaces and 75 residential flats, helping to meet the housing need for the future, provision of high quality public realm and a new network of streets, green spaces for people to walk through, spend time, recreation, socialising within the public park, plaza and all of the other associated spaces, and enjoying the enhanced riverside path. The provision of that link through to St Anne's Wharf along the riverside path, so that getting that opened up and allowing that to be connected up, which it hasn't been for a long time, is going to be beneficial for anybody who wants to walk along the river in that location, but as well as future occupiers of the site. It would be a widened pathway as well, and the landscaping would be much better than it currently is. Delivery of an energy efficient and well-designed hotel building, which will increase the number of bedrooms compared to the existing. So the existing one's 198 rooms, proposed 248, I think. So there's an increased benefit to the local tourism sector and economy. Improving townscape vista and experience when arriving at Norwich railway station, opening up a new view towards the Norwich Castle, which is an excellent benefit of this proposal, and also that view back towards Norwich railway station. So creating and enhancing sort of two new key views of iconic buildings within the city, which the current site just doesn't allow. It would remove negative buildings within the conservation area, so the existing hotel is identified as a negative structure within our conservation area appraisal, and make a far better use of the land, providing buildings of a high quality design, making a much better positive contribution to the conservation area. Removing extensive areas of surface level car parking and replacing them with a largely car-free development. So there'd be a small number of parking spaces associated with the school and for servicing the hotel and PBSA, a couple of spaces for the residential, but I think it's in the region of 15 car parking spaces overall. Majority of this development will be car-free, which is acceptable in this highly sustainable location. Delivery of a BREEAM excellent development, incorporating renewables, low carbon energy technologies, so air source heat pumps, extensive amounts of solar panels, and extensive areas of green roofs. planting 114 new trees and delivering a new Beryl bike docking station and bikes that will be paid for by the developer. Further benefits include a construction and skills strategy that the developer has offered, which would aim to prioritise the use of local labour and local supply chains for providing materials and expertise and workforce, and that would all be set out in more detail in the Section 106 agreement, and that's working with the Council's Economic Development Officer to secure that and to tailor that, and also benefits for the local economy through employment, creating several jobs and opportunities through both the demolition and construction phases, but also the operational phases. There would be staff working in the hotel and the purpose-built student accommodation, so the proposal would create employment for the long term. So weighing up this multitude of benefits versus a fairly limited number of adverse impacts, it's our position as planning officers that the benefits demonstrably outweigh those adverse impacts, and the proposal complies with the aims of local and national policy. So on that basis, the recommendation is to approve planning permission subject to the conditions set out in the report. Also with the completion of a satisfactory legal agreement to secure the provision of the measures that are set out in paragraph 338 of the report, and subject to confirmation that measures to secure the mitigation of development on protected sites in terms of nutrient neutrality have been secured prior to any decision being issued. And the developer has secured credit allocation agreements with 2 credit mitigation suppliers in terms of the nutrient neutrality issue, so the mitigation is sort of ready and waiting, but they would have to purchase that before we granted planning permission. Members are asked to note that the proposal is subject to the Town and Country Planning Consultation England Direction 2026, which means that where a local planning authority proposes to refuse an application for 150 or more houses and flats, and we have checked with the Secretary of State that this does also apply to PBSA and it would apply to this development. So if the local planning authority proposed to refuse development, we must consult the Secretary of State before determining the application. They would then decide whether or not to use their powers to call in the application and determine it themselves, because as you're probably aware, they've got a key aspiration to drive up the delivery of housing. So I need to make you aware of that. But that concludes my presentation. So I would now be happy to answer any questions that you now have. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Stonor, do you leave it?
Thank you, Robert. We have some speakers.
We have been going for some time. I thought we said something about 12 o'clock, but I think that since one of our members has gone, if we carry on when he can't then vote, so I think it's only fair and it's reasonable that we stop now and certainly wait for him to come back, or just have our break.
And so, happy to be guided on this. So we have some speakers. There's two speakers who'd like to object, and as you're aware, that's quite a. It's 3 minutes allowed, and then we have the applicants and the agents. But if everybody's feeling very overheated, I would appreciate.
Can I first of all ask if Councillor Mike Stonnard is intending to come back?
I haven't had any indication, Mr. Chair.
My understanding was that he's left.
Councillor Giles, do you know?
My understanding was he wasn't coming back.
He wasn't. Okay, fine. That's different then. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to, I think we should hear from the public before going to a break, but I wanted to potentially undercut interest, but obviously I'm still technically a current student at UEA, who are one of the objectors. I just wanted to make that very clear to the committee. I'm not expecting that to be relevant in terms of needing to be recused, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. So we have some speakers. I'm minded to hear the speakers and then have a break. I feel that will give everybody a fair opportunity, but also give us some time to maybe get a little bit of fresh air before doing some more thinking. If anybody would like to help themselves to water from the water cooler, if that helps, please do. Appreciate your patience in this very hot day. First of all, could I ask Stephen Wells to speak in objection, please? And
thank you.
Mr. Wells has 3 minutes.
So I'm Stephen Wells, I'm the Director of States and Facilities at University of East Anglia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the university as the largest university in the city, as we know, to object to this application. Firstly, if I can reference the Council's adopted SPD that takes the student numbers to 2038 and 39, and also in the context of student projection numbers, but also a significantly changing sector within higher education, and especially around the international student market in the current situation. The document refers to a need of 7,293 student bedrooms by 2038-39. This is referenced in paragraph 4.11. In paragraph 4.14, it confirms in October 24, there was 6,349. With the current Grade 2 stylistic closed cigarettes, around 600, with the Blackdale Phase 2 consented scheme of 401, plus the previously consented Debenham scheme, which UA also objected to, of 377 rooms. This gets to a total of 7,627, which currently exceeds the 2038-39 requirement. But it's also worth noting the voids that are currently within the city, within a number of private providers and also within the UEA. So there's no justified need for these additional bed spaces in conflict with Policy 5 of the adopted Greater Norwich Local Plan. But just turning my attention to, as stated in paragraph 239 of the Officer's Report, the Council's purpose-built student accommodation in the Norwich Supplementary Planning document clearly requires applicants to have meaningful engagement with the university, as in UEA or the Norwich University of the Arts. Such engagement has not taken place, and there is no evidence of this at this proposal, and due to the concerns around an overprovision of student accommodation, given the requirement of the Council's own adopted SPD not being met, it can only be concluded that this proposal, which is for PBSA away from the UEA campus, cannot be justified and would be in direct conflict with Policy 5, as I alluded to earlier. The SPD's recent up-to-date planning policy forms part of the Council's development plan and therefore should be given maximum weight in any decision making. We urge the committee not to go against ignore such up-to-date planning policy, which can only be adopted a few months ago. We therefore contend the SPD weighs heavily against the scheme, both for development plan policy as well as material consideration capable of significant weight directing refusal of this scheme. The scheme is clearly departed from the Council's development plan and should be refused. The apparent justification by your officer to recommend approval appears to rest on a housing land supply deficit which is marginally below the 5 years required of 4.85 years. Whilst numerically this scheme delivers housing units, the university contends that the significant economic and social impact oversaturation of the PBSA market in Norwich would have both on the city and the university, should weigh heavily against any presumption in favour of substantial development. UEA is a campus university.
Sorry, it's gone 3 minutes. Could I ask that to thank you. Thank you. Now from Francine Harper, please, for also 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to speak on behalf of a number of residents who are quite concerned about this development. We also think it's not a great gateway to the city, especially as it sits opposite the beautiful Norwich station. And also we believe that there is no reason to have more student accommodation in the city, and also we are very worried about what services would be provided for them, i.e. doctors, etc. But our main complaint is the trees. These trees are in a conservation area, They provide us with shade and lots of other things that trees do, and we don't want them to be cut down. We would really like them to have TPOs, and also the Whitbread's own report says that most of these trees should stay, and also the council's tree officer. And of the trees that are being considered to be cut down, we would like some notification that they will not be cut until building is started, because a lot of buildings in this city get started and then left. So we want the trees to be left alone until it starts. Will Category B trees on the river also be protected? And the hotel garden, which is mainly laid to grass, will this be replaced by hard landscaping like at St Anne's Wharf? I think it's impossible to estimate what trees actually do for us. They keep us cool, they stop soil erosion, they stop flooding, they're homes to small mammals and birds, etc. So I think that we should try to keep as many trees as possible, and only ones that really, really need cutting down should be chopped, and not until any building starts. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the applicant, Richard Pearson, and the agent, Nicola Forster, to speak in support of the application? You have 6 minutes between you, so the interview to decide how to allocate.
Yes, thank you. Chair, members, my name is Richard Pearson and I'm speaking on behalf of Whitbread. Whitbread has been part of Norwich for many years, operating 5 hotels in the city. Premier Inn at Norwich, these proposals represent a major long-term reinvestment in the city. As the landowner and operator of the Premier Inn, we are committed not only to bringing forward development, but to investing in and managing the site for many years to come. The Norwich Nelson site is one of the city's most important gateway locations, yet today it is occupied by a dated hotel, underused buildings and poor quality public space that does not reflect the quality or ambition of Norwich. We believe this is a rare opportunity to transform the first impressions of the city through a comprehensive regeneration scheme. Our proposals, which are being recommended for approval by planning officers, will deliver a vibrant new mixed-use quarter centred around a new sustainable 100% electric Premier Inn, generous public spaces, improved riverside access, and a carefully balanced mix of complementary uses. Together, they will unlock significant public benefits, creating a welcoming new gateway to Norwich, strengthening the visitor economy, opening up the riverside and delivering generous new public spaces for residents and visitors to enjoy. These proposals have been shaped through extensive engagements with local residents, businesses, community groups and stakeholders. Throughout that process, we listened carefully to local feedback and refined the proposals accordingly. The feedback received during our engagement demonstrated consistent support for regenerating this important site, particularly through improved public spaces, a more welcoming riverside and a stronger gateway to the city. Our commitment also extends beyond the development itself. Through Whitbread's Force for Good programme, we are working to maximise local employment, apprenticeships and opportunities for local businesses, while continuing to have conversations with local charities about how the new public spaces can support community and cultural activity. Chair and members, this is a deliverable proposal which Whitbread has board approval to proceed with. It represents a landmark regeneration opportunity for one of the city's most important gateway sites, and we respectfully ask you to support the officer's recommendation to enable Whitbread to deliver this long-term investment for Norwich. Thank you.
Whitbread has projects to work on the second minutes. Very important is on this important gateway site. During this time, we've worked closely with planning officers, stakeholders, statutory advisors, and the local community to address concerns and to make fundamental changes to the scheme. The vision is to deliver a truly transformative development for this part of the city, which will provide a new flagship hotel, new homes, and a vibrant neighbourhood for everyone to enjoy. As part of the development will provide significant benefits. Over half the site will be dedicated to open space as a public plaza for event spaces, parklands, play areas for children, and a fully accessible civic area for the Riverside Walkway. High quality buildings will be delivered which respond to Norwich's historic, industrial and civic architecture and preserve views of the castle, cathedral and station. New homes for local people and students, a safer environment with on-site management to deter unsocial behaviour and crime, and new community spaces to contribute to a vibrant area. We heard from the planning officer that there are significant sustainable and green measures being provided, so I'm not going to repeat those in detail, but importantly, the scheme will be delivering 114 new trees with extensive varieties of planting across the entire landscape, which will deliver an increase of 85% in biodiversity net gain. In terms of the student housing, we believe that this scheme will make a significant contribution to student housing in Norwich. The current pipeline is hugely uncertain. There are schemes that were granted over 7 and 10 years ago that have not been delivered. We've heard that the Devlin scheme is not coming forward, and the current Duke Street application, which is pending, has gone into receivership. In addition to that, the Renters' Right Act, which came into effect in May, is likely to place additional pressures on small landlords, and we're likely to see the exit of a lot of landlords in the private rental sector, which is likely to place more pressure and need for the delivery of PPSA housing. Taking all of these considerations together, and the fact that the proposals comply with Norwich's local plan and the NPPF, we respectfully ask members today to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. So I suggest that we save the questions from members after a break, and I don't think anybody would object if we just take half an hour rather than a full hour, if that's enough for everyone to refresh themselves. Councillor Lovett.
Can I just ask if everybody is returning after half an hour?
Is anybody not planning to return for any reason? Councillor Day?
Yes, my apologies, Chair. I wasn't expecting the meeting to go on as long. I actually have something to attend in the afternoon, an appointment, so I don't really know how this works, so if you could give me some guidance in the break, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I make it according to my watch. It's 1:05, so 1:35. But you can come back and if we can have a chat with Councillor Day and work something out. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the planning meeting. We will now proceed to questions. I just wanted to say that Councillor Day has had to leave due to another engagement. And we'll proceed to members' questions on the report. We'll start with Councillor Cable. I think Councillor Smith indicated as well. Councillor Cable first.
Thank you very much. I had a few questions, but what I'll do is I'll limit myself to one area and then it'll probably get covered by other people. So I won't start with trees because I'm sure someone else will want to do trees. Could I just ask a few questions on a couple on the, this is on the student provision and the SPD and best practice stuff first. I had a few questions on some of the best practice here. You've answered most of them actually. I wrote some notes somewhere of the paragraphs. So I've got 5. Bear with me 1 second, sorry. Okay, let me see if I can remember because it's disappeared. There was a paragraph, it's around the vibes basically. I've noted the paragraphs but I can't remember which was. I've got some paragraphs around 5.55, 5.63, etc. It says something about whilst you're not obviously, if the student accommodation is to be converted, you'd have to then go through planning permission again, but best practice is to show that it could be converted, something along those lines. And I wondered if that had been shown that it could be converted.
Thank you. It has, basically. The applicant has submitted drawings showing how the 2 PBSA blocks could be laid out as a form of residential development, and whilst maintaining the kind of layout of the buildings and sort of meeting all the requirements of space standards and all the rest of it. So there is a backup option should the applicant wish to pursue that. But yeah, the proposal on the table today is for the student accommodation. Sure. But they have carried out that exercise, yeah.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Yeah.
I just one other thing at the moment. Like I said, I've written small notes and I've just lost the file on my phone. So, but I'll let someone else come in whilst I'm trying to find them in case I've missed anything. But in terms of the waiting and the sort of waiting, as in waiting thing, and the housing use. Obviously, the Secretary of State has said yes. This is the case, you do wait it. Is there a kind of standard application, if that makes sense, or is it, because obviously we know there are lots of variables. The applicant made reference to one in their favour, and then there's also, in the SPD itself, there's reference to the fact that student numbers went down because of visas for international students. So obviously we can't be accurate with these things. But is there a kind of specific measurement that the Secretary of State is saying council should be using this measurement more broadly within this measurement to get to their conclusion, if that makes sense?
Do you mean in terms of calculating housing, how the student accommodation would contribute towards the housing?
Yes, exactly.
Housing? Yes. I believe it's set out within our own student accommodation SPD, but I think Sarah may know where. Yeah, so it is the figure is 2.5 student bed spaces is equivalent to 1 dwelling, and I think that's more of a nationally recognised figure, but it's certainly one that's in our SPD, and so that's the figure we've used to calculate the 271, I think it is, equivalent number of dwellings. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will check the document again, see if there's anything else, but I'll let someone else come in. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think for the sake of expediency, if we could broadly stick to different subject areas, if we possibly can, so we're not flipping between area to area. I appreciate people might have questions that occur to them later, as we progress, but does anybody at this stage have a question related to student accommodation specifically? Is that okay, Councillor Smith, if I then come back to you subsequently? Councillor Lubbock?
Yes, thank you. Incredibly detailed report, 100 pages long. I've probably missed something, but in your presentation, you were satisfied. You said that we're satisfied that the amount of student accommodation that had been proposed was not going to come online, and you gave the example of the Debenhams building being taken out of the equation. And it seemed to me that you were saying one thing, but one of the representations from the UEA was saying another. Can you just clarify our position on the numbers for the student accommodation as we see it?
Yeah, so first of all, what we're saying is we think it's very unlikely that much of the pipeline will actually be delivered. Much of it has been consented for a long period of time, and those sites have not been progressed. Some of them, commissions, are now over 10 years old. With regard to Debenhams, we know that the sort of developer behind that has kind of walked away from that scheme, and I think something different is now being proposed for the building. It's not to say that they couldn't. Technically, that application is still. We haven't determined it. There was a resolution to approve by planning committee, and we were then going to work out the 106 and the neutrality mitigation, but at that point the developer told us they weren't going to proceed with it, so I think it's likely that's going to be withdrawn. But so yeah, I think what we can say is we don't have absolute certainty that all these pipeline projects won't come forward, but we think it's very unlikely that they all will, and a lot of them don't appear to be moving forward. In terms of the numbers, were you looking for me to clarify the future need and how this would fit into that? Or yeah, Sarah's going to do that part.
Yeah, thank you. So the adopted PBSA supplementary planning document sets out the pipeline and the current need in section 4. So as of October 2024, there were 2,342 PBSA bed spaces in the pipeline, so in addition to that was already built. 933 of those have got planning permission, and 1,409 have got a decision still pending. So the total volume of future supply could therefore amount to 7,945 bed spaces, including the existing PBSA. The pipeline schemes approved or under construction, and assuming the reopening of the ziggurats, which, as mentioned by the representative, is currently closed. If you take into consideration those additional pipeline schemes, that equates to 9,354 bed spaces. So that is an oversupply in terms of actual need for purpose-built student accommodation. However, there are 8 PBSA schemes that we consider to be in the pipeline. The Blackdale building at the UEA was mentioned on Bluebell Road. That was approved back in 2015, so over 10 years ago, and hasn't come forward. We've obviously got the former Eastern Electricity Board site on Duke Street, which, as you know, has been stalled for a long time. The owner of that site has now gone into receivership, so unlikely that that will come forward. Both those two schemes represent nearly 900 units. We've also got the Debenhams building, another 400 plus units, which the developer has said they've got no intention and they've walked away. So whilst we accept that there is an oversupply if you take all those pipeline schemes into account, there is also an understanding that this is very much a market-led kind of form of accommodation. And on that basis, not all of them will come forward, and indeed several of them haven't. So when taking that into consideration, we feel there's enough in the pipeline, including this scheme, that will meet future need up to 2038-39.
Thank you. Councillor Sell next.
Yeah, slightly still on student accommodation, but a slightly different line. I was really pleased to read in the report that 5% of the rooms will be wheelchair accessible. although I would really appreciate some clarity on which rooms. So we have the studio and the cluster rooms. Personally, I'd quite appreciate some clarity on which rooms will be disability accessible and adapted, whether there'll be adapted kitchens for studio apartments. Maybe that's something I don't know if the officers are aware of that at this minute. I guess the other thing is that one of the recommendations in a similar vein, one of the conditions is that the purpose-built student accommodation is to be occupied by full-time students only. I understand the idea behind that, but just so that our university city can be the most successful it can be, there are plenty of disabled students who take their studies part-time or double-time, by sometimes course, which is full-time, often for disabled students. So just making sure that that's not overly restrictive. That condition as well would be interesting anyway.
Thank you. With regard to the disabled access bed spaces, it's my understanding that it would be the orange sort of rooms that are located on the floor plans here. So you've got some larger bed spaces that are larger than the standard sized rooms. So, and that's the case in various parts of the building on each floor. There's lifts that would provide the level access for the wheelchair users. So, yeah, that it would comply in that way. That's where they would be located. With regards to full-time student accommodation, I think what we're keen to avoid is these being occupied by people that aren't students, effectively, and sort of kind of defeating the object of what they were built for, and maybe not providing quite the level of amenity people would expect for a permanent residential dwelling. I think you do raise an interesting point, though, because if you've got a situation where someone's a part-time student and they're working part-time as well, should that also provide, should we provide accommodation in here for that? That's not what we're proposing. We're proposing to just sort of keep it sort of like that. But yeah, I think so we're minded that this is really aimed at full-time student residents, really, rather than people who are sort of doing study around working. Yeah.
Thank you. So before I come to Councillor Dart, could I just ask a question myself on that? So with regard to full-time students, presumably the accommodation wouldn't be occupied over the summer by the same people continuously, because it would be let on a yearly basis. Would that be right?
It depends on the management arrangements for the operator. I believe some would let the rooms throughout the whole year, and others would just do it for the academic year. From a planning point of view, we wouldn't. I suppose if it's occupied throughout the year, it's better, because it sort of makes it a more active site and so on. And I think that's quite common now. But yeah, it's not something we're looking to control as part of the planning process. That would be down to the operator.
Thank you. And just also with regard to students and, for example, wheelchair access. So there's the lift that comes down next to the bridge, or will do. Is there backup access onto the site as a whole? If there's a problem with that.
The answer is yes. So the backup level access is from Prince of Wales Road, the walkway I showed you before that goes between the school and the hotel. That's the closest backup access that would lead into all the PBSA entrances and so on. There are other ones on Mountergate and Baltic Wharf as well, and the Riverside. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Dart next.
Yes, I was just going to pick up on the point the UEA representative made about the lack of engagement between the developer and UEA. I'm not sure if engagement's taken place with other higher education institutions in the city, and if it hasn't, what weight should be put on that?
I think we have to recognise it means that the proposal is not fully compliant with all of the requirements of our supplementary planning documents. I think those are there that in an ideal world that you would have the support of those institutions. But I think ultimately we're saying that you would only put a very small amount of weight on that because we haven't the council's own evidence that shows that there will be a need longer term. My understanding is they were approached, the institutions, to provide their support for this scheme, but obviously that hasn't been forthcoming. But yeah, I would say limited weight to be attached to that and more weight to be attached to the evidence base that Sarah's mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Deputy?
Yeah, it's kind of not so related to the PBSA element, but when I was reading the report on page 76, the landscape officer suggested some more permanent seating for the plaza. The large expanse of car standing. I wondered if there was any possibility for this, maybe as a condition, as I think it would encourage the wider public to use this area more, and it would help students integrate more with the wider Norwich area and help the area feel less insular.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good point. I acknowledge it wasn't followed up in the report. My thinking with that is that it's a level of detail we would look to secure by condition. We do have conditions seeking full details of the landscaping, and that would include all the seating and street furniture and all the rest of it. And we would definitely take on board the comments of the landscape officer and look to maximise seating for all the reasons that you mentioned. Yeah.
And then Councillor Smith indicated earlier, and then we went on to the particular PBSA questions, so I wondered if you wanted to come back now with your question. Thank you.
Yeah. My question was kind of related to trees, actually. I thoroughly enjoyed reading through the tree report. I understand that I think there's going to be one A tree and a number of B trees that are going to be removed, and I know you spoke about that earlier on. The one A tree was towards the back.
Yeah.
And what was the exact reasoning for removing that A tree? Apologies, I'm sure you touched on that earlier, but just to kind of remind ourselves again on why these trees are being removed. I guess just to see from the ARB officer that they've said they're not sure whether the replacement trees will kind of be in line, just to have a little bit of clarification on that point. Thanks.
Sure. So the tree that is a category A tree proposed to be removed is tree number 10, which is located, let's get the pointer up. It's located right in that location there. I think the reason it's proposed for removal is, as you can see, it's sort of smack bang on the corner of the proposed residential block. So, yeah, difficult to retain that one and achieve this layout. So, unfortunately, that one is proposed to be removed for that reason.
I might come back with a question myself on that, but I saw two hands go up very quickly, so we have Councillor Ash Haynes. Sorry?
Trees.
Oh, Councillor Lovett, thank you.
Yeah, if we're going to stick with trees. Yes, would it be possible to condition the size of some of the trees to make sure that they are of a mature nature as much as they can be, so that people can see that, from as soon as they're planted, they are actually effective in giving some cover. And I know it depends on the type of tree, where it's being put and all the rest of it, but if we could have some mature trees, which cost more, in the mix, I think that would go some way to sort of perhaps mitigating the overall loss of 38 trees. Yeah.
Yes, I believe that is what the applicant has in mind. We will look to achieve that. We will look to do it through applying conditions and making sure that our landscape officer is fully engaged with the detailed submission of the tree planting scheme. But I agree with you that having some that are already some way grown is definitely very beneficial, rather than just saplings across the site. Yeah.
Councillor Kane?
As we're on trees, so Smith asked one of the questions I was going to ask. Just a couple of ones. So apologies, I know we were sent the tree report. I didn't have time to read it. Wonder whether I know what exact species and age the category A tree is.
Could I just say something there, just to clarify your comment with regard to the tree report? So the report, as we were presented, gives all the information that officers deem necessary to make a decision, but we did want to be extra thorough, and so we did ask for quite a lot of extra reports, and that's why not everybody would have read all the supplementary, but all the information is summarised. And obviously we're asking questions now, but I just didn't want to let that comment go past without a clarifying.
And we got the tree report last night, I think.
I didn't want to leave the committee or members with the impression that we haven't given it full consideration.
Yeah. To answer the question, tree 10 is a tulip tree. I won't try and pronounce the Latin name. So in terms of its life stage, it's categorised as being early mature. The structural condition is good, physiological condition is good. Its anticipated life expectancy is more than 40 years. So, and I'm just going to try and see if I can find a photograph of that. But maybe move on to other questions, and I'll try and find that whilst we...
Can I quickly ask one more on trees then? Just that the objector from the public said that if we were minded to agree whether there could be a condition put on to make sure that that tree was not felled until absolutely necessary, I wondered if that was something we could condition.
Yeah, so as part of this, we've agreed a phasing plan with the applicant, and the phase for the residential part of it is actually the very last phase. So the phasing plan effectively ensures that it wouldn't be felled unnecessarily. Yeah.
Thank you. And presumably there might be a few more matured, slightly matured trees up before we cut it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the existing trees will have grown a little bit more in the interim. Yeah. Yeah.
Any more questions to tree for Councillor Lovett? Oh, okay. So, yes, go ahead.
Just quickly to say, I think, I believe it's this tree.
Sorry. Is it the left one?
I believe it's the left one, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Lovett.
Yes, I'm interested in the density that we've got of 4, 5, 6 stories. Broad's Authority not happy with that. Can you offhand tell me what the half a mile down the river, Winsome, the accommodation blocks next to the football ground, What sort of height are they? Especially the ones, along the river, if you've got any idea.
Yeah, so on the left-hand side of the photo, that's the ones you're talking about, I think, which is St Anne's Wharf. And this is the tallest block. And I think it's 8 stories, but I'll just... So it's actually 9 stories to its tallest point. But the development steps down towards Baltic Wharf, I think to 4 stories in that location. And but that's the tallest part that's the tallest block within that development.
It was actually the accommodation along by the football ground. Those blocks, some distance away.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know what height they are in terms of stories?
It's Jeffrey Watling Way.
Jeffrey Watling Way.
Yeah, we're just going to find that for you. Yeah. They're taller, I think. Yeah. So I could probably find it on here as well if you want to look at them. But
Councillor Delacorte has some information to share on that.
Just if you're referring to the ones along Jeffrey Watling Way, the Ashman Bank, I'm pretty sure they're 8 stories. Those ones.
Yeah, so some of them are definitely 8 stories, and I believe some of them are 8 stories, and I think there are others that are actually taller than that.
My point is that with, as you say, St Anne's Wharf and those, all along the river frontage, the Broads Authority, I suppose, may have objected, but I think one expects, and you see it in very many other cities, that they use the river to try and get a density that would, provide amenity for as many people as possible, and that's what often you see, flats up to 7-8 stories high to take full advantage of the situation along the river. And there's not a lot of difference between city centre, Foundry Bridge, and city centre, whatever the bridge is, the bridge next to the football ground. So I'm just drawing that analogy, and if it's acceptable there, I feel that it is acceptable here. But thank you for that.
Councillor Lovett, was that a question to the officer though?
Well, it was a question about what the height was, wasn't it?
Okay.
And I've got that, and I'm just commenting to say, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes, thank you.
Yeah, my questions are around antisocial behaviour, and as we know, that area does attract quite a lot of stuff going on, doesn't it? So firstly, obviously some of the antisocial behaviour is mitigated by the overlooking, but I have some concerns, and I just partly addressed in the question about are they operated all year round or not. Do we think we've got enough mitigations for that in the summer when they might be under-occupied and the overlooking isn't providing protection? And most people may not be aware of that, but it will still be a factor. My other question is a similar question around the access road onto Baltic Wharf. I have some concerns about that both from a transport perspective. That road does not, I've walked down that road many times, it does not support a low variety of traffic. And also the police in their report did ask that we cut off access there for reasons of antisocial behaviour as well. So is it still possible to get that access road cut off? Is that something we could ask for at this committee?
So beginning with the question about concerns about antisocial behaviour and so on, I think the proposal would deal with that in a variety of ways. So one of it is through good design, and the layout that I've shown you, the creation of wide walkways, streets, and a permeable network of new streets that is well overlooked and well designed with good views ahead of where you're heading towards and so on, and a landscaping scheme that also supports safety and security. There isn't lots of hidden corners in this development or anything like that. It's possible to get out from the development on all sides of it, pretty much apart from the river, immediately next to the river, but unless you want to swim across. Whereas the current site is pretty much, you're kind of locked in, the only way you can get in is from Mountergate or Prince of Wales Road. So first of all, by regenerating this site and with a good design, a strong permeable layout, and one that's been designed with good surveillance, good natural surveillance, that's one way to help combat antisocial behaviour and crime. The other way is obviously active management once the site's operational. There will be a robust management plan for this site, which we will secure through the Section 106 legal agreement. And my understanding is this site will be staffed as well, both hotel staff and purpose-built student accommodation staff, so there will be people on site to provide a deterrent and deal quickly with any situations that arise. The Baltic Wharf access, I don't think that's been raised, particularly from a concern about security. I think it's more a concern about vehicular traffic using it and sort of causing noise and disturbance, perhaps, to residents. But
I think it was about about noise and disturbance in the Norfolk Constabulary.
Which is a form of antisocial.
Page 82, they say connection to Baltic Wharf, controlled access gate is strongly recommended to avoid creating a public route for the semi-private residential area. Signage should discourage through movement if vehicular egress, how you pronounce that, point is retained. So that was the point I was referring to. Page 82.
Yeah, it's not proposed to kind of close that off, but it's very much being designed as a secondary access. So, and it's primarily for people to access those parking spaces alongside it, and it might be used a bit more if for any reason this access is closed, but the vast majority of traffic using this site, and first of all there won't be much because there's very few parking spaces within the development, so there won't be much traffic cars using this site, but the vast majority will use the main access from Mountergate because it's the closest one to get to when you're coming in from Prince of Wales Road, Rose Lane, and that's naturally the access you'd use. I think it's okay to keep that as a secondary point, primarily for people exiting the site, partly because for these car parking spaces there's no obvious turning area. I think the other thing is the applicant has got a legal right of access there at the moment to be able to use that for particular traffic. So, given the very low parking within the site, I don't think there's grounds for us to sort of impose that be closed off, essentially. But I do understand your concern about that point.
Just to clarify, we wouldn't be able to prevent them using that, but we would be able to condition and have conditioned the signage to discourage it. Is that correct?
We would be able to prevent them using that if we felt it was absolutely necessary in planning terms, but I don't believe it is. And yes, measures could be taken in terms of signage, the way that the street's designed to kind of almost indicate to people that it's not for two-way traffic. That all helps to kind of calm that use of that access point. So,
can I propose that we put on a condition then that we do put in that signage that encourages that to only be used in that way?
Yeah, so as part of the landscaping condition, signage would be captured as part of that. So we could certainly look to kind of pick up that point when we come to deal with those details. Yeah.
I was just going to say I agree with Councillor Haynes on that, because I think there was a part in the papers where nearby residents were concerned that during peak hours and school pick-up times as well, people would potentially use that as a cut-through, and it would cause a significant disturbance to people who live nearby. So if we can put that condition on, I would be minded to.
Could we have some suggested wording for the condition?
Sorry, I think Robert was suggesting that it would be captured by the landscape condition, not necessarily a separate condition as such, but the discussion will be picked up.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that it will be picked up by you guys if you're saying that in the meeting. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Giles, thank you.
Yes, building on Councillor Haynes' point, I am concerned about the permeability within the scheme, because the Prince of Wales Road area obviously is a hot spot for crime, and excessive permeability is ideal for that kind of activity, which unfortunately goes on around there. I'm thinking in the Norwich City Council own public spaces around there, if you think about James Stewart Gardens, the Riverside Walk, and the issues that we've had in those areas are closed off overnight, and only a couple of years ago when we tried keeping them open overnight, that went very badly wrong, and we went back to closing them off again at night. In terms of I think Councillor Haynes makes a good point about what happens in the summer holidays when that PBSA isn't occupied and there isn't that natural surveillance of those common areas. What kind of activity is going to go on in those areas? How safe do people feel in those public spaces, and what mitigation is going to be put in place to deal with that?
Thank you. So I think we're asking for assurance that the management plan will be flexible and responsive enough to deal with those unanswered questions, because we don't yet know if the accommodation, the PBSA, will be occupied all year round or on a break over the summer. So will it be able to deal with those uncertainties and anything that might arise?
Yeah, thank you. I think, as you said, Chair, we don't know yet whether the management company are going to propose this is occupied only in term time or all year round. I think the increased permeability of the site, the legibility through the site from the station through Riverside Road will naturally create more people in the area, even if that purpose-built student accommodation is not occupied, but we don't know that yet. I think there's a significantly increased natural surveillance in this area, both during the daytime and the evenings, particularly with the hotel proposing kind of tables and chairs alongside the river, more use of that Riverside Walk because it will be more accessible and be able to walk through. We can certainly look in the management plan to make sure that that is covered, but I do think the proposals will actually benefit this area and reduce the amount of antisocial behaviour purely as a result of more people being there.
Thank you. Councillor Searle?
I just wanted to comment sort of on the North Constabulary report while we're talking about it. Personally, I was quite, I felt quite relieved by the fact that it will be managed, the fact that it will be staffed, and also that the park itself, I believe you said, would be open from dawn through to dusk and then gated. And actually, I'm sorry, this is more of right now. It's part of my question, but I am making the point that currently and in the past, this particular area has seen a relatively high level of antisocial behaviour, and really that the increase in the level of public amenity and overlooking will probably have a really big improvement to that, and that makes a big difference as a gateway site for somebody arriving in Norwich by train. And so I want to pick up on this because I think it's the public amenity that will cause that positive impact. Norfolk Constabulary, in regard to the walkway in terms of public areas, they said they recommend minimal seating opportunities in public areas, and they sort of infer that provision of seating may attract antisocial behaviour. And I sort of find in the area that the hotel is situated, it's those hidden corners that really attract antisocial behaviour and not seating. And reducing seating could confer a disadvantage to disabled residents and potentially disabled occupiers of PBSA, as we talked before. So I just wanted some reassurance that while there are very sensible things as part of this constabulary report, and we've seen that in the conditions through the implementation of counter-terrorism measures, I guess I just wanted some reassurance that we won't be asking the developers to in fact reduce the public amenity, because I think that's quite a big. I think the public amenity is one of the strongest weights for us to accept this application. So I want to make sure that that's maximised, which includes seating.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Basically, Norfolk Police do tend to, they've got their clear remit, which obviously is to minimise crime and make developments as safe as possible, but they do not always take into account how it's being used in a positive way, how spaces can be used in a positive way as well, and it's a bit of a, sometimes their responses can be a little bit of a blunt instrument, and we know that it's much more nuanced than that, and actually we want some really high quality spaces with lots of opportunity for people to relax and socialise and sit down and sit on comfortable seats, and I know that the developer wants that as well, I believe, and so ultimately we will be looking to kind of maximise that really, yeah, and not to minimise the amount of seating.
Councillor Giles, is that on the same area?
Yes, it's on paragraph 207. I think there might be a typo in that. Obviously, you've said about access through to Bolton Wharf and Answorth along the river being permissible from dawn to dusk. It just says dusk to dawn in that particular wording. So I just want 100% clarity. Sorry.
Yeah, that is an error. Thank you for picking up on that. Yeah.
Thank you. And I wondered if anybody has any questions with regard to the changing cityscape and the building itself. Councillor Deputy.
Yeah, this might be one that's already been answered. I'm not sure. I know obviously the new proposed development creates sort of way to view the castle, if you're following the station, which is great. But I just wondered if this development will block the view of any historical sites that can currently be seen, such as the cathedral or anything else like that.
Hopefully you can see from the image up on the screen, this is the view from the entrance to Norwich railway station. We're very close to it, and the cathedral spire is already kind of partly obscured by this building, but from that vantage point it won't obscure the spire. I guess if you were to move further to the left, then it would disappear behind the proposed hotel, but I think this viewpoint is kind of a key one because it's the arrival point for people at the station and people arriving into Norwich. So, in a nutshell, it protects the most important views of the spire. Yeah.
And creates a new one. Thank you.
Councillor Kane?
So again, just a couple of questions on this. So firstly, looking at Broads Authority, paragraph 57, and their referencing of 189 in the NPPF, stating a great weight should be given to conserving, etc. I sort of clarifying on that, obviously, the view at the moment is pretty terrible. You know, the old development that's been removed. It's not a nice site. So are we taking that into consideration when?
Sorry, if Councillor Searle is leaving the room, we will need to take. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's okay. So is that taken into account in the weighting? Does that make sense? You know, like actually it is an improvement on what is there, even if we don't think it's as good in inverted commas in areas that we should, or there are harm in other areas.
It is taken into account in the balancing exercise. We have acknowledged that some harm would be caused to conservation assets and indeed to the Broads in terms of the river. Although actually I think it's worth saying I think an awful lot of benefit is going to be delivered to, or would result to the Broads as well, because the interface between the built development and the river is going to, in my opinion, dramatically improve as a result of this. So I think it's not as simple as to say it's wholly negative. I don't think it is. I think there's some harm, but there's also an awful lot of benefit. But in terms of the policy, or paragraph 189 of the MPPF, we have had regard to that. But what it says is that it does say great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in national parks, and it includes the Broads and national landscapes. And they have the highest protection, so it is a serious consideration. But it goes on to say that the scale and extent of development within all these designated areas should be limited, while development within their setting, which is the key point, because this is not within the area, it's not within the Broads, it's within the setting of the Broads, should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimise adverse impacts on the designated areas. And we consider that this does achieve that, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's also worth noting that in the city centre conservation area, the existing buildings are noted as having a negative impact.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hinting at. Yeah, thank you. And I agree with you. By the way, I wasn't saying this is all terrible. Also, just a quick query about something on the other comments, particularly by the conservation and design. There's a lot of talk about dominant and overpowering and harmful the appearance, etc. I just wondered whether, and I do, absolutely take into account in paragraph 70, they have said that this is less than substantial harm. Yeah, I just wondered whether this was something that came up in conversations around height, and also there was talk about the repetitiveness, wasn't there, of the landscape, though. Obviously, there are points where it's broken out, and I wondered if this was something that had come up with the developers and could necessarily be dealt with.
Very much so. Right from the beginning, conservation officers were involved in all of the pre-application discussions, and the developer undertook early engagement with Historic England as well, and all of the relevant heritage consultees. There's been a lot of discussion, both through the design review process that the proposals went through, about the height and the scale of the buildings, and I think it was very much the view of the panel on the design review process that they were comfortable with the scale that was proposed. As I discussed, we did agree a reduction in the height of the purpose-built student accommodation of 1 storey as part of the pre-application discussions, and that resulted in the application that's come in. Further work was carried out during the application process that the conservation officer was sort of highly involved in to refine the appearance of the hotel, and if I can get an image of that up. Yeah, so quite a lot of work has been done to enhance the design and add more detailing and in more architectural interest to the hotel, reduce this area of the building, drop the frontage onto Prince of Wales Road by 1 storey and give it a bit more of a recessed sort of relationship to Prince of Wales Road, so that it sort of reduces that impact. A lot of work has been done on materials to make sure that they're sort of really sensitive to the context, but overall going for quite a simplified materials palette. And quite a bit of work done to the hotel in particular, and the student accommodation blocks to add additional detailing. The other thing that was kind of agreed was on these gables, they originally had quite uniform patterns of windows that perhaps did make it look a bit more like an office block. But we had discussions with the architect, and they proposed this idea of staggering the windows and having different sized openings and corner windows to kind of really just add that variety and extra level of interest. So there's been a huge amount of work that's gone on, both to try and address the concerns of the heritage consultees, and also, but yeah, we recognise we haven't fully been able to do that, but I think we've gone some way towards minimising that. But also, yeah, working to try and make the design as good as it possibly can be.
Can I just ask one more quick one? Sorry, paragraph 71, obviously, there are lots of suggested conditions, if minded, to approve. I just wondered whether those had already been kind of considered and put into the report, or if there's something we can and need to condition.
Yeah, so 71, I think the Conservation Officer was calling for conditions to control the palette of materials, some of the construction details, boundary treatments, public realm, interfaces, also to ensure a heritage interpretation strategy to kind of give information about the history of the sites, and yeah, all of that is captured in the conditions. So, yeah.
I have a question slightly moving on. So as we're aware, this is partly a full planning application and partly outline. What would be the effect if, for example, we don't have somebody coming forward to build the residential, the flats at the back, because everything's, it's not a piecemeal development, is it? Everything's managed in its entirety. So do we have assurance of resilience where if something doesn't come forward, one aspect of it doesn't come forward, then something else can be put into place to manage the aims that we're hoping to achieve?
Yeah, so we have given a lot of thought to this, and we're mindful that it might not all come forward in the timetable that it has been set out. So we've agreed a very detailed phasing and delivery plan for the demolition and the construction, and we've made sure that as part of the early phases we do get the public able to access the Riverside path again and get that reopened. We'll get the existing path enhanced. We'll also get the hotel garden would be open to the public, and some enhancements would be carried out to that in the kind of as part of an early stage, so that we make sure we do get some of the public benefits alongside the delivery of the hotel, even if there may be some time until the other elements get built out. But yeah, we're kind of agreeing a detailed stage by stage plan for how the whole site will be managed and operated as it moves through the phases. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else indicating before we move to discussion? No. Let's move to discussion. Anybody indicating? Councillor Kane?
I never like going first, but no one else will. So firstly I'd like to thank all of the officers involved in this, particularly Rob, for speaking to us for hours and hours and hours. I think we've scrutinised this quite thoroughly. I think there is an awful lot to like in this development, actually, as you've said. I think it improves a lot. I think the views of the castle are great. I think that design is lovely, as said before, the completely. Yes, as it is at the moment, it's not nice, and it's been not nice for a long time. I love that we're opening up the riverside for people to walk along. I do have a few concerns. Most of them, I think, have been addressed. I particularly glad to hear about how height has been discussed, how some of the things around monotonous roofing have been dealt with. So I do really appreciate the thorough responses. My only kind of little peeve is I just think that best practice of talking to the UEA, talking to our higher education or institutions, wasn't followed, and I just appreciate that being done in future. You don't have to agree with them, but just talk to them and see what they have to say, because that is our best practice. And I do not like the idea of the Category A tree being cut down, as the person who objected said. It's more, you can't quantify it. A mature tree can be decades worth of maturity and can give you decades worth of protection. As we sit in this room in 31 degrees, trees make a huge amount of difference. So I feel for that. I'm glad that will go later, but it is something that's been the hardest niggle for me. However, having said all that and all those niggles, not all those niggles, there was only a couple, I think, although I think it is really difficult to quantify the PBSAs and the housing, I don't think that's something that can be done, but that's my personal opinion. And this is what the Secretariat of State will say is it can be, and this is how you do it. And with that in mind, I think for me it is weighted in favour of approval. I kind of didn't know all day, which, obviously we're not meant to know, but, there have been so many things that I've really loved about this development and other things that I really haven't liked, but I feel that makes me minded to vote in favour for it. Sorry, I've rambled long enough, so I'm going to stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Lovell?
Yes, thank you. I too would like to thank Rob and the other planners for the hard work that they've put in over the years. I was here 2 years ago when the applicants came and did a briefing to members, and I'm the only member that was here 2 years ago. Two of us remember it. And it's great to see it come as an application and hopefully come through to fruition. There is so much to like about it. It's hugely complex, and we're so grateful that somebody's going to take this on and see it through. Disappointing, yes. There are a few niggles, but my biggest one is the lack of affordable housing. And it's not the fault of these developers, it's the fault of our whole system, and I have said this before. So much is being loaded onto the developers now, with nutrient neutrality, biodiversity gain, RAMs, and everything else. It is becoming unviable to actually expect there to be social housing as well, affordable housing. So it's not a criticism of the developers, it's a criticism of the system, that we've just got to find a different system to deliver us affordable housing. But there's so many good things about this, and not least that it does have a negative impact on that area of the city, and so many good things will come out of it. And it's a development for the future, for the economic viability of the city and for jobs and all those things. And I'm sure the trees will grow, and people will thank us for hopefully saying yes to this, and the 114 trees that are going to be planted, and we do hope that they are very, very well looked after with regard to watering, so that they don't fail. And obviously you get some that fail, but they've got to be replaced. But 114 trees, yes, 38 lost, but the replacement hopefully outweighs that. And so, and of course, not having the 5-year supply of housing land supply, one has to say that we're very lucky to have this before us today, and I shall be voting in favour of it.
Thank you. Councillor Sell?
I think I sort of just want to echo what other councillors have said. I agree generally with officers that this plan is striking a really good balance between the heritage character of the city and also actually delivering that density of development that we need around the train stations in the local plan. I'm also quite excited and positive as to climate and environmental adaptation, so like the flood risk management, the photovoltaics and green roofs, which compensates for the unfortunate, in my view, for the unfortunate loss of some important trees. I think it's going to be a massive improvement to, like we said, Gateway area, a massive improvement for visitors, and will have a positive impact on our tourism industry. There are, and despite the massive improvement of public amenity and aesthetics, that really, and obviously the housing land supply that massively weights this application in favour of voting for it, it is really unfortunate that we have to set this precedent of allowing absolutely no contribution to social housing. I think that's deeply concerning. But like Councillor Lovett said, obviously that's a national trend. But it's unfortunate that would then become we're seeing more and more major applications going forward, and it's likely for that to become a theme. I guess the other thing is that I was really happy to see that the amenity provision, so things like doctor surgeries, there's plenty of capacity for those residents. I'm very happy that the first condition is to bring forward the plan for the residential area. I think it's very important. So I will be voting in favour of the scheme, and there are big benefits, but those caveats are quite large, and I do want to just note that.
Thank you. Councillor Giles?
Yes, I'll also be voting in favour. I think the reasons set out in the report, I think the economic benefits to the city of this development will be very significant. We have a severe dearth of hotel provisions in the prospect of a new, larger, attractive hotel to bring more people into the city, spending money in the city. It will be very beneficial to our tourism sector, the jobs it will directly and indirectly create, both in the construction phase and in the operational phase. And if the PBSA goes ahead, the money that students will then spend in the city centre, in that part of the city centre. We've seen how there's less than substantial, albeit some harm to heritage, and that is regrettable. But given the balance, in the balance against all of the other factors in favour of granting consent, I'll be voting in favour of consenting.
Councillor Hayes, did you want to?
No, just say I need to leave now. So is there any chance we could vote so that I can vote? Because my daughter's school kicks out in half an hour and it's a half an hour walk.
Okay. So I just had some comments which we're going to pretty much echo what some others have said. I suppose I would just like to end by saying, should we approve, then I really hope there's going to be communications with stakeholders, including local residents, because not specific to this development, but in my experience as a ward councillor, that's one of the things that really contributes to people's views of work that's taking place. proposal is to approve the application today. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Haynes. Move to the vote. All those in favour?
So that is a recorded vote if it's not unanimous. So voting in favour, Councillors Oliver, Councillor Giles, Councillor Searle, Councillor Haynes, Councillor Lubbock, Councillor Kane, Councillor Amber Smith. Against? No? And abstentions, and that's Councillor Delacorte. So that has been approved. Chair.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody for staying in such a hot room and giving us your full attention and all the work that's gone in today. Should we take a quick 5-minute break to go and get some fresh air? Thank you. So we're going to resume with item 3.1 on the agenda, reference 25/00848/F, the garages rear of 6 to 16 Fancy Road. And can I ask Commissioner Smith to present the report, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, the application reference 25/00848/F. The application seeks planning permission for the demolition of existing garages and construction of 8 new flats. That's the site plan. The site is located within a residential area, approximately 2.5 miles northeast to the city center, and it extends up to an area of 1,385 square meters. It currently contains up 32 lock-up garages, and it's surrounded by 2-story semi-detached and terraced dwellings. To the east are the terraced dwellings of Ryder Haggard Road, and towards the south we have the dwellings of Debony Road, and over here you can see the 2-story detached houses facing Clancy Road. Towards north is an open public space, and as you can see, this is the access to the site from Clancy Road. These are the access roads, as you can see while entering the site, and this is a view of the road while exiting towards Clancy Road. This is the view of the access road actually meeting the Clancy Road over here. This is current view of site facing towards south. You can see the garages on both sides. That's the view of site facing east. You can see the Clancy Road properties behind. That's the existing view of south boundary of the site. You can see there is an existing right of to the rear side garage access of the southern property facing the Debony Road. This is an existing footpath accessed from Debony Road to the site. Sorry, Deloney Road. Sorry, I'm sorry. This is the view towards east. You can see the houses of Ryder Haggard house behind. These are the existing neighboring properties. They have right to access their rear garage from the site. These are the existing properties towards northwest, and that's the site boundary towards north. Coming to the proposal is for 8 one-bedroom, 2-person flats arranged in 2 separate 2-story blocks over here and over here, each containing 4 units, and each unit will have a shared amenity space over here, as you can see over here. Each building will have 1 car parking each with EV charging stations, and level accessed pedestrian path is provided for each flats. The existing vehicular access of this northern side properties will be maintained as it is. The dwellings will feature hip roof with simple cost-effective materials. Given this established character of this area, the principle of development is considered acceptable. A number of representations raised concerns regarding the overlooking and loss of light. However, the proposed blocks are set approximately 20 meters from the properties of Clancy Road and 28 meters from the properties of Ryder Haggard Road and around 33 meters from Deloney Road. Given this distance, the potential of overlooking from the first floor windows will be minimal. The proposal will close this existing footpath over here, and the closure will improve the privacy for the future residents. Following concerns from this neighboring garage owner, the applicant has agreed to provide a new access route from the footpath with all the legal rights secured and works funded by the developer. Concerns regarding construction impacts will be addressed through a construction environment management plan secured by condition. Objections have raised regarding the loss of garages and parking. Out of 32 garages, 25 are currently vacant. There are no formal parking space on site. However, parking surveys recorded around 4 to 6 vehicles using the site for parking. The neighboring sites has sufficient capacity to accommodate this displaced vehicles. Although the access route is approximately 3.6 meter wide for around 20 meters, it widens adjacent to the dwellings to allow vehicles to pass. While this constrained width may occasionally require vehicles to wait or reverse to allow opposite movements, this arrangement is considered acceptable compared to the site's former use as a residential garage. A transport statement submitted with the application indicated that the proposed development could generate a maximum of 5 vehicular movements during the peak hours of morning and evening. 5 vehicular movements per hour during the morning and evening peak hours. With the absence of any recorded injury accidents on this section of Clancy Road, with presence of existing street lighting and low traffic speeds, the proposed development is unlikely to have any detrimental impact on the highway safety, which is confirmed by the Highways Authority. A turning head for the larger vehicles, including fire engines, to enter and leave the site in a forward gear has been proposed. A parking management and enforcement plan will be secured by condition to ensure that there won't be any illegal parking on the site. The applicant has also confirmed that the installation of water butts, which will be secured by a condition, and the site lies within a critical drainage area. The proposal introduces additions of landscaping here with permeable paving over here, which will reduce the surface runoff compared to the existing hard standing. B&G information has been submitted and that will be secured through a condition. Overall, subject to the recommended conditions in the report and subject to the GRM's payment, the recommendation is to approve. An update on this, that we have received 2 additional representations from the same objectors who have already objected against this proposal, which one of that is mentioned in the updates report, the other one which we have received today morning, and all those comments we have already addressed in the reports. Thanks.
Thank you. Could I ask officers to read a statement on behalf of the objector, please?
Yeah, so I've got a number of statements to read out, so I'll take them in turn. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I am presenting this statement on behalf of the residents whose homes completely surround this site on Clancy Road, Ryder Haggard Road and Deloney Road. While we fully support the delivery of affordable housing in Norwich, this specific layout represents a severe overdevelopment of a highly constrained, landlocked backland island. Point 1. 360-degree loss of privacy and outlook. Our primary material objection is the severe loss of privacy and oppressive overbearing impact. The proposed 2-storey blocks sit right along our rear boundaries. The back gardens of the surrounding homes are tightly sized family spaces. By placing high-density living units directly adjacent to these gardens, the development creates an invasive, double-sided overlooking issue. It replaces an open skyward outlook with a dominant brick wall, creating a claustrophobic, boxed-in environment and disrupting the quiet enjoyment of dozens of existing homes. Point 2. Surface water drainage and flood risk. Secondly, we urge the committee to look closely at the flood risk. As it stands, this entire site is non-porous concrete. Anglian Water previously raised critical concerns regarding the surface water hierarchy and the developer's lack of robust evidence. Adding 8 residential units and intensive roof areas into a localised area already prone to slow drainage is a recipe for disaster. Until a sustainable, fully integrated drainage solution is proven that guarantees no increased surface water runoff into surrounding gardens, this application is premature and unsafe. Point 3. Parking overspill and highway safety. Finally, the minimal parking provision for 8 flats, paired with the loss of existing garage storage, will inevitably push vehicles onto Clancy Road. Clancy Road is already heavily congested, particularly near junctions and bends. The overspill from this development will create a genuine highway safety hazard, blocking visibility and potentially obstructing emergency vehicle access to this tight backland site. This is the wrong design for this piece of land. It forces too many units into a tight space, compromises our privacy, risks surface water flooding and creates highway dangers. We ask the committee to put policy and safety first, reject the recommendation and refuse this application. Thank you. Next statement is from Councillor Day, who was intending on being here for this item. I'm writing to formally object to the planning application to demolish the garages on Clancy Road to build 8 flats. While I understand the need for affordable housing, this specific proposal will push an already struggling estate past breaking point. My objections are based on the following critical issues: severe parking pressure. The parking situation on the Heartsease estate, and Clancy Road specifically, is already dire. Removing these garages will displace existing cars onto the surrounding streets, which are already completely clogged. Adding 8 new households will heavily increase the number of vehicles competing for the exact same road space. Inadequate parking allocation. Offering just 1 parking space per flat is completely unrealistic. Modern households, even small ones, frequently have more than 1 vehicle, or require visits from delivery drivers, care workers and visitors. The scheme simply does not have the capacity to handle this. Highway safety risks. Because the local streets are already bottlenecked with parked cars, adding more roadside parking will severely reduce visibility at junctions. It will also make it incredibly difficult for emergency vehicles like fire engines and ambulances or council refuse trucks to safely navigate the road. Overdevelopment. Squeezing 2 blocks of flats into a tight space currently occupied by single-storey garages is an overdevelopment of a small backland site. It will negatively impact the character of the neighbourhood and create a cramped, overcrowded environment. For these reasons, I feel the proposal fails to meet local planning policies regarding safe access and highway safety. I strongly urge Norwich City Council to reject this application and protect the quality of life for existing Heartsease residents. And finally, we have a statement from the applicant, or their agent, in fact. I apologise due to and I believe there's 6 minutes for this, it might take that long. Sorry. So I was just checking that there's 6 minutes for this statement. Okay. Yeah. I apologise that due to circumstances outside of our control, neither Mark Rodwell or Well Housing or myself, this is someone from Peter Wells Architects who's written this, can attend the committee meeting in person today. We understand that a letter of objection is being read out today and would ask that the following statement is also read out. This proposal is the result of more than 2 years' discussion and consultation with Norwich City Council housing team and one of a number of similar garage sites that form the Norwich Orwell Partnership. Norwich Orwell Partnership pipeline of sites is underway and working with Norwich City Council officers to ensure that high-quality, sustainable homes are being built on underused land for the people of Norwich. All properties are to be 100% affordable housing and social rent in perpetuity. Norwich City Council will have 100% nomination rights, so if approved, all properties will be advertised on Norwich City Council's choice-based letting system. Property types have been agreed with Norwich City Council officers with much-needed 1-bed accommodation. The site is currently completely covered in impermeable hard standing. The proposal will introduce a significant element of green open space for use by the residents. Heating of the properties will be by air source heat pump. In addition, we can confirm that water butts will be provided for all properties and that provision will be made for bat and swift boxes as well as hedgehog gaps in fencing. Please note that a detailed ecology report was submitted with the application and compliance would be conditioned as part of any approval. The proposal also makes provision for compliance with biodiversity net gain policy by planting and improvements on site. This mandates a minimum 10% improvement in the ecological value of the site. From our initial review of the site, when Norwich City Council confirmed that they would like to develop for affordable housing, it was clear that the site access was tight. We have had a number of discussions throughout the process and note that both Norfolk County Council Highways and Norfolk Fire Service are happy with the proposals. The scheme replaces a significant number of lock-up garages and will result in less traffic movements overall than would currently happen if the garages were fully occupied. We can confirm that there are sufficient empty garages in the Clancy Road area to allow for all displaced garage tenants to take up an alternative garage if plans go ahead. Currently there are 7 tenants in 32 garages, so the vacancy rate is 78%. One online public consultation and one in-person information event was carried out, with valuable resident feedback received, which informed the plans. All accesses to existing properties that cross the site to access parking to their existing rear gardens and at the north end of the site are being retained, and we've agreed alternative proposals to an access to one house at the southern end of the site. Meetings also carried out as requested with individual residents to discuss specific impacts. Thank you for your consideration of this application.
Thank you, Lara. So do any members have questions on the report, please? No questions? Councillor Delacorte?
Yeah, I just had a quick question because there was a mention of the site being a flood bricks, potentially at the initial stage, but I know there's been further correspondence with Anglian Water, so I just wondered if that had been resolved.
Yeah. Yes, that has been resolved with Anglian Waters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, and apologies if I've missed this, but just on the basis of surrounding residents talking about privacy, is there anything that can be done to kind of mitigate that?
So realistically in this case, the properties are 2 stories, the flats are a maximum of 2 stories in height, and the distance from those flats to neighbouring properties is significant, and there would be no privacy concerns in that regard. There may be some minor overlooking to the very rear of some of their rear gardens, but they will have sufficient space within those rear gardens that wouldn't be overlooked, and the properties are not built right up to the boundary as well. Overall, we think that any impacts would be very minor.
Anyone else indicating? No. Move to discussion. Councillor Lovett, thank you.
Yes, it's good to hear that we've got this partnership going with Orwell, and hopefully we can expect more of these sites to come forward. It's very good too that they're installing air source heat pumps and other energy efficiency measures that will make them really effective. Yeah, that's all very positive. With regard to the green space that will be created, the hard standing will go and there'll be some garden space. It does say at paragraph 102 that, or 102 or 3, this site is not considered suitable habitat for nesting birds. Well, it wouldn't be, but will it be with just the gardens? And I'm just wondering whether or not sort of bat boxes and bird boxes, I mean, obviously they'll have to be positioned some distance from the site. Would it be an idea to ask whether they could put in some swift boxes, which is only a brick that is just right big enough for swifts to go in, and that could actually be on the site. That's just an idea.
I was assuming that was sort of coming under the heading of bed boxes, but I know Swift bricks are something more specific, aren't they? But that is a question, but if I could put that to you, Vishnu.
So, do you know the Swift boxes or bed boxes? Yeah, on the site. Yeah, and the comment about it's not suitable space for beds is current.
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah, do you want to respond to that?
The Ecological Survey which submitted recommend few bird and bat boxes on site actually. I need to confirm whether that is something you have clearly specified or not, but they have recommended bird and bat boxes on the site actually.
Where will they go?
On
the houses?
On the houses, yeah.
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 Well, it just strikes me as that the whole area, there will be some trees, and it's just that I'm saying that it's not a suitable site for bird nesting. Well, is that because there's not many trees around in the gardens?
Yeah, that's specifically about the current status of the site, where there are no vegetation or no trees anywhere on the site.
But it would take a long time to encourage birds there if there aren't any trees around. It was just an idea to put in the construction, to actually make the construction out of certain bricks that are just for, and the bricks, you know, the Swiss are different from other birds. They don't go into nests, they just go into bricks, or, well, they might go under tiles and things, but their requirements are quite specific, and they are on the red. They're in the red species, endangered. And I wonder whether we could be more specific and say that perhaps this is a site for Swift boxes. And as I say, it's just a brick with a hole in, and so it just goes under the eaves. And it can presumably be a bit cheaper than actually putting a bird box in, because it's just a Swift box.
So the recommendation that we've made about bird and bat boxes on site, that comes from a qualified ecologist telling us that that's the best thing to do in this location, and that those bird and bat boxes would have to be positioned in certain ways, and that the species of bird and bat boxes would be the most appropriate in this location. So we're kind of trusting that the qualified ecologist who's told us that information has sort of picked out the things that are most likely to be used in that location. And we do.
I did my best for Swift. What more can I say?
And we do sometimes have those ecologist reports tell us that Swift boxes would be particularly appropriate in a location.
I don't think we're ruling out Swift bricks, are we? If we're minded to approve, it's just not specified at this stage. Councillor Sell?
I'm a little bit confused, maybe I misheard, but I thought in the statement from the developer they specifically said Swift bricks.
I don't remember hearing hedgehog.
I think it does. I think it does say that.
And other things.
It's just because my comment was going to be, I'm really happy that they've said that they're going to put in a Swift brick.
let me just check that. You're correct. That is what they've said in their statement. So that appears to be their intention. And we have a condition that would deal with that in more detail.
Yeah, just to clarify, is that construction environment management plan? That's the condition that secures that as well.
So it's condition. Let me just get it up. It is condition 13, in accordance with preliminary ecological appraisal. That's what PEA stands for. Recommended mitigation and enhancements. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more points, Councillor?
It says Mile Cross. Presumably this is Crone. And the front of the report it says Mile Cross. But this is Crone, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an error. Apologies.
Yeah.
Well, that's what to say. Thank you. Also, on a positive note, I believe that we'll have a councillor briefing in the not too distant future regarding the partnerships. I remember at the previous meeting there were questions about who was the applicant, etc. So we should be hearing more. But the applicant did outline some useful context in their statement. Okay, any more points for discussion before we move to the vote? Councillor Kane?
Oh, no, I'll just be very quick. It's just, obviously, we were all a little bit disappointed about lack of provision of affordable and social housing this morning / afternoon. And I too just think this is great that we've got this partnership with Orwell. It's really nice to see several of these developments coming forward.
It is. I mean, we consider them in the same way that we would any other application, and within the report, I think there's a statement somewhere saying that it isn't affordable housing in our definition of such, but clearly, it is.
There's also, I believe, no need, in inverted commas, so private developers can just get a small site and develop it all as private housing.
Yes.
So there's no prerequisite that these sites are affordable. And of course, I understand we don't vote on that specific issue. It's just a kind of personal comment that I think this is a really good thing.
Thank you. So we move to the vote. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. Move to the recommendation is what I meant to say, which is to approve application 25/00848/F, the garage and rear of 6 to 16 Clancy Road, Norwich, England, Grant Planning Commission, subject to the direct payment and the following conditions which are outlined in the report. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Delacour, thank you. All those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. And that's been approved. I just thank officers for their report and their work on those. Thank you. We're just going to take 2 minutes for Councillor Dawes to return. Thank you.
I just think it's a comfort break if it's
So welcome back to Councillor Giles. So moving to item 3.2 on the agenda, reference 26/00203/F, the car park adjacent to 37 to 41 Burners Close. Could I ask Commissioner Senna to present the report, please?
The application reference number 26/00203/F. Erection of two number of one-bedroom flats at the car park adjacent to 37 and 41 Burners Close. The application is seeking planning permission for the erection of two number of one-bedroom flats. The site is located on the south side of Burners Close, approximately 1.5 miles northwest to the city centre. It's predominantly a residential area characterized by semi-detached single-story and two-story dwellings. It's bordered by a single-story semi-detached house to the west, and over here there is a single-story semi-detached house to the east, and there are terrace properties facing the Burners Close. And this is the Fen Crescent. It's also a two-story terrace houses. That's the view of the current site from the Burners Close. That's another view. This is the view of the site in context to the neighboring terrace houses opposite to the site. That's the rear side of the site. As you can see, low-growing green grassland here and some low-growing shrubs. Going to the proposal is for a detached building containing two one-bedroom flats. One unit will be in the ground floor and the other will be in the first floor, accessed by a stairs externally over here. The development will include two parking spaces, one for here, one over here, which is adjacent to the private amenity space, and a covered cycle parking is proposed, and both units will have separate private amenity areas. Representation, that's the view of proposed design. As you can see, this is the ground floor and first floor. Representations have raised concerns regarding overlooking. However, the proposed building maintains a minimum distance of approximately 20 meters from the properties at Fen Crescent, and the ground floor amenity areas will be enclosed by a 1.8 meter fencing, and the toilet windows on the upstairs will be obscure glazed by a condition. These measures ensure that there will be no significant impact on the residential amenity from overlooking. Construction impact will be managed by Construction Environment Management Plan. Objections have also received regarding the loss of parking. Although the site currently accommodates off-street parking up to 8 vehicles, the surveys indicate that only 3 to 5 vehicles typically use the site. There is sufficient on-street parking capacity to accommodate these vehicles. The site is also adjacent to all sustainable transport nodes. One representation raised concerns regarding a gas pipeline crossing the site. However, the submitted risk assessment and utility survey confirmed that no gas pipeline is currently present under the site. An ecological survey identifies a low potential for slow worms and appropriate mitigation, including hand clearance of batch pile and seasonal vegetation clearance, and installation of bird and bat boxes will be secured by a condition. The proposal is therefore unlikely to have any significant impact on the protected species. An agricultural impact assessment has also been reviewed, although there are no trees on the site. A condition recommending agricultural supervision to protect the adjacent off-site trees during the construction will be secured through a condition. The applicant has confirmed that installation of waterbeds and both surface water and foul drainage strategies will be secured by a condition. Overall, the recommendation is to overall subject to the recommended conditions set out in the officer report and subject to the GRM's payment, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you. So there's no speakers registered for this item. Do members have any questions on the report, please? No questions on the report? Okay. We'll now move on to debate. Any points? I take that as a sign of, or as a positive sign. A positive sign. We're particularly pleased to see a development that's coming forward on a site that's really underused. It's a kind of de facto parking space, but it's not taking parking space away from anybody. Lots of positives. If there's no further questions or debate points from members, then I would like to move to propose to approve this application, subject to conditions on page 48. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Sal? All those in favour of approval? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for facilitating.
This is yours.
8.4, and I understand that Councillor Kane needs to leave due to interest in the item. Thank you very much for staying course. Okay, so item 3.4, reference 26/00164/F, Norwich Playhouse. Could I ask Samuel Walker to present the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the refurbishment and extension of Norwich Playhouse Theatre. It's got the site layout here, and just don't want to assume that everyone is familiar with the Norwich Playhouse. Norwich Playhouse, so this is a locally listed building here, consisting of front of house, auditorium, back of house, and then this is the existing bar area and courtyard area. So south of the site we have the River Wensum. This is St George's Street running up here, and Duke Street runs down to the west along here. To the south of the site we have the university campus for Norwich University of the Arts, these buildings here. The halls lie further to the south. Then we have the Duke's Palace Wharf flats and multi-storey car park on St Andrew Street there. Then to the north we have Merchants Court, which is a mixture of commercial at ground floor and residential upper floors. Jane Austen College, which is a high school, and over here we have the Premier Inn site, which is just off the map. We have some commercial buildings here, and we have Friars, also actually we've got St George's Green here, where there's the play area, green space, Barbara Hepworth sculpture and Beryl Bike Docking Bay, and then we have Friars Quay residential development over further to the east. So run through the photographs. This is the St George's Street front elevation, the locally listed front of house building there, main entrance, and then we have the existing bar area there, and the vehicle access to Merchants Court on the right hand side here. This small gap here is currently Little Water Lane, which runs down the side to the back of house for Playhouse. This is a slightly closer up photo of the bar area, and this is Blackfriars or St George's Bridge, which is a Grade 2 listed bridge adjacent there. So stepping further back, so I've started close and I'm zooming out, and I've done this on a few of the views. So this is looking across St George's Green, Barbara Hepworth sculpture, Barrel Bike Bay, seating, and the play areas just off the photo to the right there. Stepping further back, so this is outside Friars Quay residential development, looking across St George's Green. So the playhouse is over at this point, roughly over here, behind these trees. And then this is closer to the river, looking across St George's Green, so we've got the bar area, playhouse there. So then this is looking from the south over Blackfriars Bridge, this Norwich University of the Arts building there, another Norwich University of the Arts building there on Duke Street, and Duke's Palace Wharf flats there. River runs under here, bar area here, and the auditorium element just beyond there, looking up towards Colgate. Then this is looking from the north back down south. Little Water Lane access down the side there, Norwich Playhouse there, main front of house building, bar building there, looking up towards Blackfriars Bridge. Then it's zoomed out further up St George's, up towards the north. Then this is standing on the bridge on Duke Street, looking along the river. So this is the Premier Inn car park site here. This is the back of house, Malting's building for the playhouse, and the courtyard area would be behind these trees here. Blackfriars Bridge there, Merchants Court there. And this is walking down the section of Riverside Walk on the south bank of the river, looking closer, so bar area of the playhouse there, auditorium along this side here, Norwich University of the Arts buildings there. Again closer up to the Maltings building at the back of house of Norwich Playhouse. This is back of house of Norwich Playhouse, where currently stage sets, etc. is all brought in and out of the property. These are the existing doors, so it's hard to get back far enough back to take photos of there. So this is where the stage sets are brought in at the moment. So this is open at that section there. This is looking back up Little Water Lane to the north of the site, which runs up to St George's Street at the front there. So that's where everything is brought in and out of for the stage sets at the moment. So this is the back of house element there. Looking back down it, so from the east looking west, Little Water Lane. Then this is looking across Merchants Court, vehicle access. An example of the existing condition of some of the existing joinery on site. I probably should have talked through a bit of some of the proposal at the moment. So some of the proposal is for replacement plant. This photo is showing the existing location of plant viewed from the courtyard. It's in a sort of area of the roof space which is behind all of the ridges and valleys at the moment. This is the auditorium roof, looking to the back of the house roof. Smoke vents there, rear courtyard area, and rear courtyard area again, so the link between the bar area and the front of house building. Existing bin area looking out onto Blackfriars Bridge and St George's, and courtyard area. I'll flash through these, sorry, because I'm going a bit quick. We can always come back to look at any of these photos, should it be necessary. So the proposal, well, this shows at the moment the stepped access from the bar area down to back of house within the courtyard area. So the development proposals are four. So it's quite an extensive amount of work. I'll run through in a list the areas to do with the main theatre building. So this area to the north, so the front of house, auditorium and back of house. So it's improved main entrance, upgraded fenestration to the north and east elevations of the front of house buildings, and some replacement doors at ground floor level. Replacement plant on the roof, so that is, I'm going to drop down to the site plan. Sorry, it's a bit. Site plan there, so this is St George's Street here, this is the roof of the front of house building, so there's a dipped area there behind all of the roof slopes where the existing plant is. So replacement plant there which serves the auditorium and theatre buildings. Upgrading installation to the front of house building, auditorium building, which will require the removal of the roof covering as it is at the moment, new insulation put in, and then the replacement of the existing tiles. And then the rear back of house building currently has a sort of felt slate effect covering. That's actually going to be removed, improved insulation put in there, and then that will be replaced with clay pan tiles similar to the main auditorium building, so an improved quality of material there. There's also a proposal for a zinc-clad dormer window on the south elevation of that. Replacement smoke vents on the main auditorium in the same location, and replacement cowl on the roof of the Maltings building at the rear. So a lot of the proposal for this is to make the application or the theatre site accessible to all. At the moment, it's not possible for people with mobility issues to get from front of house to back of house without having to tackle stairs and level changes at the front there. The interior of the building is difficult to access all areas. There is a level access all the way down to the back, but that requires some improvement back. So a lot of the focus of this refurbishment improvement is accessibility for all users, so visitors to the theatre, members of the staff, visiting performers, etc. So there's a levelling of the access from front to back this way, levelling of the access or improving of the access there, and then provision of lists, etc. inside the main foyer building there, so you can get to all floors via proper lift system there. And improved toilet facilities and accessible toilet facilities, like I say, lifts to all levels. So then that is an important aspect of the proposal, but the main reason we're at Planning Applications Committee today, the objections that we initially received 5 objections, 1 objection was withdrawn, so there's 4 objections at the time of writing the committee report, mainly relate to this proposal here, which is the demolition of the existing single-storey bar area and the construction of a new 2-storey bar area. So the intention for that is that part of the brief for the architects and the scheme was that the bar area is very popular in its own right. When people come to visit the theatre, it's quite hard to access the bar area, and it can become very busy there. So people coming to visit the theatre don't gain access to the bar area, it becomes very busy, and it's quite a cramped, congested connection between the two. So part of the idea was to try and facilitate theatre goers to the bar area, whilst also accommodating general users of the bar area who aren't visiting the theatre as well. So that's why they've gone for a 2-storey. Visitors to the theatre have greater access at upstairs level, or there's greater area to disperse some of the people during performance times to be able to get a drink during intervals. Objections received primarily relate to potential noise impacts, disturbance from the intensification of the use of the bar area. We've had objection based on the design, and we have also had concerns raised about people who enjoy the bar area as it currently is, loss of that facility in its current form, as it were. I want to clarify that there is no loss of the bar use. The bar use will retain, it will be extended, expanded, it will be available for all users in the same way that it is at the moment. But concerns were raised about how they enjoy the current bar area and the design of the interior there. Oops, gone too far. So this is a riverside. Actually, sorry, going back. Go to the slides. Thank you. So bring up the elevations. So I think I have one actually. This one here. I think this one is a useful. So this is St George's Street. This is the existing elevation as it stands. This is the proposed elevation as it is. So the ridge height is to match through with the existing ridge height. There's a connection between the two, which is a recessive glazed link, so that the two buildings would read individually. And then this element here, which is in the corner adjacent to Blackfriars Bridge, is to reflect the design style of the Maltings building at the rear of the site. So a similar sort of roof form. The two buildings will both have a zinc-clad dormer on the southern elevation to sort of tie those aspects together. The proposed materials are for red brick and clay pan tiles on the roof, or clay tiles on the roof, but laid with different colours and patterns to give visual interest in that aspect. Concerns raised relate to the introduction of Juliet balcony on the St George's Street frontage and a small terrace area and glazing on the west elevation, that may increase noise impact and disturbance to adjacent properties. Local residents have said that they don't have issues currently with the playhouse, it's well managed. In the past, going back years, they have had noise disturbance, but they are happy with the situation as it is now, so the concern is that by the intensification of the use, it may return to the intensification of noise disturbance in this location. As a riverside site, it is worth noting that there is flood zone adjacent, so the application comes with emergency evacuation plan will be required by conditions subject to approval, and it also includes flood protection barriers to certain doors within the site. As a riverside site, again, it is has the preliminary ecology assessment noted that there is low chance of roosting bats. An emergent survey was carried out in June to see whether there was an emergence. There was no emergence in there, so the application can now be considered by committee. But the recommendation is for enhancements, which does include bat boxes to the southern elevation of the new building and within the trees that front the river aspect. An issue which has been raised by a few statutory consultees is about the delivery of a riverside walk. There's currently no connection between Duke Street and St George's Street on either side of the river. The connection currently goes part way along the south side of the river but stops at the university building as it doesn't go beyond that. On the north side of the site, the Premier Inn car park has a consent which is extant but has been long-term stalled, which could deliver, or does include, for delivery of a riverside walk up to the playhouse site. If that were to be delivered, it would be possible to then connect through Little Water Lane to the north of the site, so that could connect. But that site, that's elements long-term stalled, so it doesn't prevent there being riverside walk, but it doesn't include dedicated riverside walk access. The application has been carefully designed to ensure that it does not require the removal of any trees. The street tree on the frontage to St George's, here this limb would require pruning for the building of that. This is a Norfolk County Council owned street tree. The applicants have been in contact with there's no objection from the City Council Arboricultural Officer from the proposals, and the applicant has been in initial contact with the County Council regarding that. The tree report does state that this tree is in poor health, and I think the elements of this are in poor condition, so the loss of it isn't losing an element of healthy tree, and the tree is to be retained anyway. So the recommendation is to approve the application subject to the imposition of the conditions at the end of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's no speakers registered for this item. Do members have any questions on the report, please? Councillor Sell?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to save comment for the next stage. I've just got two questions, really. I am very keen that the use of the bar separately to the theatre is able to be maintained, and I did read some of the objections before the meeting. Can I just double check on the street access? I saw some of the objections saying that there was no dedicated door that goes to the bar area, but it looks to me on the plans that that there is a door. Can I just check that's true?
So within the design and access thing, I guess first of all, the door is in the front of house building. Let me show you that yeah. I'll go for that one. So the front of house building, this main entrance area here is going to be increased in size. So there was movement assessments done in the design access statement. So what it found was that if there were doors through here that led through to corridors to toilets, etc., that disrupted a lot of the bar area there. So the idea is that the flow will come through the main doors and then they can go to all of the separate areas. So that acts as the front of house entrance arrival, so everyone comes in through that main entrance door, which is open and accessible, but it prevents parts of the bar area, etc., becoming just purely corridor space, so it can maximise the ability to do. It does, the bar area, so I think part of the thing is that this has no involvement with St George's Street, as it were, so it now has glazing in these elements, so there's visible contact between the street and the bar area. And the idea of that is that that provides a natural observation, so people passing by, it helps with feelings of security for people passing by. But the entrance is through the main entrance.
So, just to clarify, the door that currently serves the bar area effectively be removed, and that door on the plans, that's just for deliveries, yeah?
But yes, that's correct, and refuse.
Well, I'm very excited about this about the playhouse renovation, but I do find that a little bit daft. But if they've done this assessment and they think they'll improve the flow through the bar, and we'll have this visibility of the bar, so it won't stop people from being able to know that it's there. Essentially, I'm happy for now, but I think I would like them to. I don't know if this is something that we can put as a condition, but maybe once the development is complete, I would like them to just assess whether that movement plan is working, essentially. But if that's not something that we can do at planning, if it's not planning consideration, that's totally fine. I'm excited to go ahead anyway. The other question, and I know again this is also technically not a planning consideration, is this idea of digital signage, whether it's used for advertising or not. I have seen an image of quite a large digital signage board with the Norwich Theatre logo on it, and I'm aware that it's just indicative at the moment, but I really am quite opposed to whether it's used for advertising, whether it's their advertising or not. That's something for licensing to decide. But just in terms of a planning consideration, I am opposed to that digital signage. And I wonder if, just in principle, so I wonder if there's any consideration for planning at all.
If I answer your first question regarding the door, we can't condition that they review that assessment. However, as noted, those elements of fenestration, where there are the windows, etc., I would imagine, should they find that they needed to, it wouldn't prevent there being changes in the future. But that's not really for our consideration this time. We can't require that they do that at a later date. But thank you for the question on that. Regarding the signage, and thank you for raising that as well, because I did have that in my notes, and I should have mentioned that, but I felt I was rambling a bit as I went through the report, so thank you for drawing my attention to that. This application is just for the building elements. Planning does have control over advertisements. The advertisements haven't been applied for at this time, so we're not considering those under this application. We will consider those under a further application. So we're not approving the inclusion of signage there, and the concern that you raised has also been raised by the consultees, the Boards Authority, etc. So it is something that will be taken into serious consideration. Yeah, and we have an informative that we suggest at the end of the recommendations to just advise that application would be required for signage. So just to prompt that it wouldn't just be taken as read, but that's
Yeah, I feel quite reassured by that, thank you.
So that's a matter that would be delegated to officers, but just because we're not determining it in this meeting, in this application, doesn't mean that it's going, well, even that an application's been submitted, does it, actually?
Yeah, the application. Oh, sorry, the application hasn't been submitted, and yet we don't have any control over when or how it is, but it would be considered under delegated access.
Thank you. Any more questions, please? And Councillor Benedict.
Yeah, I was quite concerned as well. I've written a note about the digital advertising boards because obviously they generate and emit a lot of heat, so that's good to hear. Another question that I had was, will the site be closed during this renovation, and how long for? The theatre and the bar as well.
Yes, the site will have to be closed for the development works. We don't have scheduling for that as part of the planning application, but that will involve the playhouse having to, I guess they need to wait until they had a determination on this to see whether they'd have to schedule events in the future. So they would need to work out all of that quite carefully, how that would work. We don't have the information for that, but it would have to close in order to facilitate these works. Yeah. And
Thank you. And I have one more quick question, because we mentioned accessibility. So if this was to be approved today after these works have been done, would the venue then be fully accessible for a wheelchair user or someone with mobility issues? Because I know right now there's lots of different levels and steps and things like that.
Yeah. The only part, so I'm not sure that it would be possible for a wheelchair user to get to the top floor of the back of house building. Let me just, but other than, so from front of house to back of house, auditorium, etc., would all be accessible. I believe that. Oh, that's a second floor. Yes, so it's just staired access to the upper floor in the back of house building, so that would be less accessible. Other than that area, the rest of the site would be accessible.
Lovely, thank you.
Do we have any more questions, please? No? Then we move to debate. Anyone like to? Councillor Sal?
Sure. I mean, I am very excited for these plans to come ahead. My interest is primarily in the bar. I think the use of the playhouse bar separately to the theatre is a very, very important one. And I'm glad that that's recognised within the plans. I mean, personally, I visited the playhouse bar quite a lot. I actually haven't been to an event at the theatre yet, so maybe I should do that before it closes. I'm definitely a little bit sad that it's going to be closed for some time. And the playhouse bar has long been recognised as a safe space for the LGBT community. So, yes, whilst it's very sad that we will be losing that space for a period of time, there's some things that I'm really excited about. So the first floor bar area has a flexible event space, really, really welcome addition to the existing playroom, which is used as community space, which is really fantastic to see, and so I'm glad that it's getting that second story. There's just one thing I wanted to note in the planning document. The sentence, the bar building is not considered to be an inspiring or positive addition to the street scene, which I thought was a little bit mean. I think the building is quite unique. It has its own special character, and the playhouse is a very essential cultural element of Norwich, especially where it's situated with the halls, the river, and the university. And I do think it's unique, it's got its own character, and it's very striking when viewed from the river or from the roads behind it over the bridge. So something that I wanted to note was just that I'm very, very glad to see that the red brick materials maintained. I'm not entirely happy about the access arrangements to the bar, but at the end of the day they've done that assessment. As long as it doesn't undermine that separate use of the bar, which I don't think it will really. It's a bit silly, and I'm worried about sort of that congestion. But I'm glad to see that the main front door has been expanded as well in plans. So very excited to vote this through. I guess I just wanted to make my comments on it.
Anybody else? Councillor?
Just to say, it opened in 1995, and that was when I first became a councillor. And I do remember it opening and the struggle that the City Council had to get the funding together. It was almost there, but it wasn't quite. But we did manage to get some extra funding to allow it to open, and what a success it's been in the 31 years since, yeah. And it probably is well due for a refurbishment, so yes, I'm happy to see this go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, can I just quickly ask a question to the officers? The Playhouse Bar obviously has a big collection of artwork that's created by the community, the beautiful ceiling in the bar, as well as the picnic benches out at the back. Is there a plan on what is going to happen to those?
That is not within our gift to control, I'm afraid, so it's not something that I know about, but I know that the Playhouse and Sons, they know how much people cherish the bar, they're very, very aware of how much people love the space. I don't know what they will be doing with that. I didn't ask the question because it's not something I have any part in. So.
Thank you. So that was in my mind as well. So there was a minor refurbishment of the bar a few years ago, and I think there was a worry that we might lose the ceiling, and we didn't. So I'm hoping that they realise how much regard that is held in. And there was a mention of it being a quirky space, and I feel that this application doesn't really lose that. It would be quirky, but in a slightly more efficient and spacious way. So yeah. If there's no further questions on debate points, then shall we move to approve? And I propose we approve the application. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Lovett? Thank you. So, all those in favour? That's been approved. And that's the end of the meeting. Just once again, big thanks to everybody for staying the course and for your contributions to your work today. Thank you very much.